Welcome back to the Industry 4.0 and Sustainable Supply Chain stage here at CogX. I hope you all enjoyed yesterday's sessions as much as I did. I am Kat Keeley, CEO of Beep and founder of Frontline Live, and I'm your MC for this stage for the next couple of days. In a second, I will hand you over to the fabulous Jeremy Silver, who will be leading a super interesting conversation. We've all been talking about digital transformation for a very long time, but COVID has really sharpened our focus. And what does that mean? Why is it really important? The need has really accelerated. So where are we now? How will COVID impact the next phase of Industry 4.0? Will industry be able to adapt their business model in time to survive and thrive? Massive pleasure to hand you over to Jeremy Silver, CEO of Digital Catapult.
Thanks very much, Kat, and good morning, everyone. Welcome back to this Industry 4.0 and Sustainable Supply Chain stage. It's a real pleasure to welcome two terrific conversational partners this morning to this session. We're going to explore the implications of Industry 4.0 following COVID, but we're going to really drill into what Industry 4.0 itself has as in the way of potential. But to leap straight into this, let me introduce you first to Jürgen Meyer, Professor Jürgen Meyer, I should say, who is the former CEO of Siemens UK, and as far as I'm concerned, much more importantly, is also the chairman of the Digital Catapult board. So he's my boss, so I have to watch my P's and Q's this morning. But during the course of the last 2 years, Jürgen has really developed his personal passion for Industry 4.0 and taken that with the development of industrial strategy in the UK into the formation of a program called Made Smarter, which many of you will be familiar with. And we're going to talk a little bit about that this morning. But before we do that, let me also welcome our fellow guest, Hayatun Silem. Dr. Hayatun Silem, I should try and get everyone's titles this morning. Hayatun is the Chief Executive of the Royal Academy for Engineering and is so involved very deeply both in the future progress of engineering as a sector in the UK, but also in the skills and the training needs that underpin that going forward. And Hayatun previously served as a committee specialist and as a special advisor to the head of the House of Commons Science and Technology Committee. So she is no stranger to leading discussions and formulating ideas and policy at a national, if not a global level. I think we're going to try to do this as a kind of three-way conversation. So I'm going to throw a few questions in, but I might have the odd opinion to express as well. But we'll see how that works as a format. You may not have seen this format used anywhere else, and there may turn out to be a reason for that. On the other hand, it may be that we can do this successfully and hopefully engage you all in the process as we work through some of the ideas and the thoughts and some of the possibilities that extend out from Industry 4.0 post-COVID. But first, I think it would be worth just reeling back slightly. And Jürgen, maybe I can turn to you first and just ask you to give us a sense of, first of all, you know, what your vision of Industry 4.0 and what is it about 4.0 as an industrial revolution, if I can be so bold as to call it that, that has captured you and has made you so passionate about this?
Yeah, thank you, Jeremy, and well, great to be the conversation partner, as you put it. I think it's a very good idea, Jeremy, with Hayatun and yourself this morning on this very important topic of the fourth industrial revolution, what we've called Made Smarter, and obviously it's brilliant to be talking with you because both of you were part of the journey when we started this many years ago, actually. When we were beginning to get some evidence that in the UK, companies in the manufacturing sector, but it also goes into other sectors too, but we focused on manufacturing, were not adopting digital technologies at the pace that some other industrialized nations were. And of course, we weren't comparing ourselves to the average, we were comparing ourselves to the best. What was happening in Singapore, very good things happening in Germany. Surprisingly, some other countries, we were quite interested that were some really good things happening in places in Slovenia and Serbia and places like that. So that was the starting point. How do we get people to embrace this industrial digital revolution more? The reason, of course, is because it is clear that if you do adopt digital technologies, your productivities go up, your competitiveness goes up, and therefore you can export more and you can create more value for the British economy and more jobs. So that's why we set about the activity. Then 2 years ago, we launched Made Smarter. Made Smarter has got sort of 3 core elements in it. One was all about the creating the digital technologies that we want companies to adopt more. So here we're talking about things like additive manufacturing, robotics, talking about the better use of data. That's a huge one, of course. How do you better use all the data in factories of the product design? How do you optimize design and manufacturing processes? So that was the first part of it, the creation of those technologies. The second bit then is about the adoption of those technologies, and we've got a very successful pilot going now in the northwest of England, where through grants and technology support, we're able to help small companies adopt these sorts of technologies at a faster pace, and we're making progress on that. And then the third key element is all about skills. And is especially about upskilling existing workforces to be more comfortable with these types of technologies. So those are the things we've been working on. And, we've made success, but I think we're at a point where we need to reflect and decide whether that's been fast enough or whether we really need to hit the accelerate button.
And it is interesting the degree of complexity involved in this. I mean, the number of different aspects of industrial work and different areas of process, all the way through the value chain, really from the earliest stages of product design through processing, right through to the sort of the consumer, the end user experience at the other end. Hayatu, maybe I should ask you. I mean, when you first kind of came across the phrase Industry 4.0, but I just wonder is there a particular aspect of all of those, given that sort of complexity, all those different points of entry, as it were? Was there sort of one aspect of it in particular that kind of initially kind of excited you or caught your imagination?
Yes, that's a good question. So I guess I first became aware of Industry 4.0 when Henning Kagermann, who was one of the architects of the German Industry 4.0 that we still refer to, where it's become part of common parlance, spoke at the Academy several years ago now. It was at the very early stages. And one of the things that just struck me was the fact that he said Industry 4.0 must be a human-centric revolution. And when you think about industrial digitalisation, that's not necessarily the mental image that springs to mind. But for me, that was very, very profound, and it resonated with some of the issues and priorities that I shared personally, that we share at the Academy. I think the UK has this wonderful tradition and strength in emerging technology, in the underpinning discovery research, in the development of groundbreaking innovation. And that tends to be the bit that we get excited about. I get excited too, I find it thrilling. But we seem to have less emphasis on how we encourage the uptake, the diffusion, the adoption of technology, of innovation across our wider industrial base to the point where it is adopted at scale, where it's being deployed at scale. And the problem with that overemphasis on the sort of the earlier part of the spectrum is that actually the way that people experience, the way people actually feel benefit from these groundbreaking discoveries is through getting these technologies deployed at scale across companies, across the public sector. And so Industry 4.0 is very much about thinking about technological disruption as part of an ecosystem. And every time we think about disruption, of course, there's also the possibility for that disruption to provide a new window of opportunity to drive positive change. But that's also an opportunity, if we're not careful, if we're not conscious in the way that we steward that process, then that disruption can reinforce inequality. And of course, what we want to do, if there's something like Industry 4.0 for this waves of technological change that we're living through, we want that to be something that reduces inequality. So for all those reasons, I was really delighted to come on board with the Made Smarter Commission, and prior to that, to get involved in Jürgen's review.
Yeah, it was an extraordinary experience to go through, and I think I don't know whether it's been documented, but actually it is such a textbook case of how to galvanize an industry. And I think, at the height, Jürgen, of this, you had about 400 companies actively engaged in developing the program in across working groups and across the different areas of technology that have been identified and different industrial sectors that have been identified. And that's an incredible achievement to sort of bring that huge swathe of what is quite a diverse group together, and not just at the very top tier, although obviously the tier 1 companies have a huge role to play in both advocating the innovation themselves, but also bringing their own supply chains along. I suppose that the question is, how easy do you think it is, and how do we go about trying to sustain that level of momentum? Because I think it has been sustained for quite some time. Obviously, COVID has put a huge, big kind of pause button on everything temporarily. But before we get to that, was there a sense that you had that this was, rolling out, across that breadth of business opportunity?
Yeah, just a couple of things to say to that. So first of all, yes, it has been, really heartening actually to see the level of enthusiasm by which the manufacturing sector has embraced this. What's also great to see, and of course this is where me and you, Jeremy, with our digital catapult activities really come in, is we are also beginning to see many more startup companies engaging with the ecosystem. So it's not just the manufacturers of today, it's the new technology companies that are getting engaged and helping in technology areas like augmented reality, for example. So that's been really great to see that. And we have now got many thousands of companies engaged up and down the country. You do raise a very good point though about, how do you keep the enthusiasm and the motivation going, especially in a time like now, where of course we're going through this COVID crisis. And I'd say there's two things there. One is COVID has definitely put a spotlight on the fact that digital technologies are an enabler to help you get through crises like this, and I'm sure we'll come back to talk about that. But on the other hand, you have to go into the fourth industrial revolution with a mindset for the long term, and with a mindset to invest in skills, to invest in technology. And at the moment, a lot of people are going to be thinking about just how do I keep my production going today for today's output and not worry about the future. So I think that's going to be quite challenging for us. Yes.
Hi, Tim. From your perspective, obviously you've taken a great interest in the kind of the reskilling side of things in particular. One has the feeling at the moment that so much of activity in that area has also had to be put on hold. But how do you see that in terms of the importance of all of these different initiatives? And we've talked about these sort of three different areas: the innovation, the adoption, and the skills piece. Just tell us a little bit more about the way that you see the skills piece playing out in this.
Yeah, well, Jeremy, you're being very polite and not saying I am obsessed with the skills piece, which would be legitimate.
I try to be polite. I don't know how long I'm going to keep it up for, but
let's keep trying for now, for the sake of the audience. Yes, I just think that we have to be so focused on skills in the broader sense. Unfortunately, I think we tend to have a slightly linear view of how skills development works, and the reality is that as the stat is something like 80% of the workforce of 2030, whatever precision you attach to that, the vast majority of the workforce of 2030 has already left full-time education. And we are seeing living through a period now of significant industrial transformation. And we need to have a much better plan for how we're going to support talent circulation throughout the economy. It cannot be that you choose your career when you're 14 or something. You choose subjects at school that then cut off certain careers from you. And that means that you then are sort of on a tram rail for the rest of your life. That's not the reality of the world we live in. So I was so thrilled that Made Smarter embraced the notion of retraining, upskilling, reskilling, lifelong learning, whatever you want to call it, as being integral to how we do advance the fourth industrial revolution in the UK. And particularly at this time, I would like to give a shout out to Ingenuity, who formerly known as Semter, so many people may still remember them as that, who have done a fantastic job working in partnership with a number of others, but who have really driven the creation of a new portal called Engage. And I'd strongly encourage people to take a look. Essentially, what it's trying to do is to help people, either individuals or companies, who are conscious of the need to reskill, who want to upgrade their own skills, to have a really simple way to navigate what's on offer. Because it's the Wild West when it comes to lifelong learning. There are so many courses on offer. How do you know what's relevant to you? How do you know what's a course that's going to actually give you any enhanced employability? And Engage has got some clever AI sitting behind it. And it's a lot of effort's gone into making it a good user interface. And particularly now when lots of companies have people on furlough or employees who just aren't working their full quantum of hours, it's a really great time to invest in upskilling and reskilling. And at least there's now something out there that can help you do that. And there's free access for a certain limited period. And so please do go and check it out. It's well worth it. Upskilling and reskilling is going to be hugely important to our future competitiveness if you look at the economy as a whole. So it's important for individuals, but it's also important for the UK. When you look at our track record, we have underinvested both in the public sector and the private sector in upskilling over the past decades. So we don't compare favourably to the rest of Europe. We don't compare favourably to countries like Singapore. And unless we do think about this, I don't think we're going to be a great destination for future investment, and we desperately need that right now.
Yes. I mean,
I could go on, but I'm trying to reel it in for you.
No, that's no, rant on. But I think the thing is, it is a very interesting moment that we're facing, where obviously we've seen a variety of different impacts in different sectors that COVID has brought, and from aviation and automotive that have been almost brought to a standstill. Compared with some other sectors that have perhaps been able to continue working in more limited ways, but have actually been able to continue some kind of processing. I wonder whether, the famous phrase, of course, is, never waste a good crisis. Yeah, is this a moment, do you think, when strategically we're going to see businesses across different industrial sectors really making bigger, more decisive, long-term strategic choices that have perhaps been put off, perhaps been delayed in easier times, and actually now that we're facing what is really a very scary, tough position for a lot of people in boardrooms across the country, is this the moment when we're going to start to see that shift? And what sort of implications do you think there are to that? How to what?
That's a huge question. If I can just focus initially on the points we were discussing around skills. I think that this notion of talent circulation is massively important. And one of the features that I think has been absolutely outstanding about the response of the manufacturing sector at large and engineering at large during the COVID crisis has been the level of collaboration, the sense that none of us can do this individually. We have to find new ways of working together, whether that's public-private, whether that's down the supply chain, whether that's with your competitors. There have been really unprecedented levels of collaboration. And so if you think about that in terms of skills, then this notion of talent circulation becomes very interesting. So we are clearly, and very, very sadly, not least for the individuals whose lives are affected, losing people from some of our flagship companies right now. So week after week we're seeing announcements of job losses. Wouldn't it be fantastic if we can think about creating more of a skills ecosystem at a regional level, at a local level, so that some of those highly experienced people can go and have opportunities to retrain, possibly temporarily, to go and fill the gaps that we have in our science teachers in schools, go and fill gaps in local FE colleges, where again there's a shortage of people who really understand the reality of the workplace now, notwithstanding the excellent work that is being done in FE colleges.
Well, let's come back to this, because I'm not going to abandon your obsession. You've got one more point you want to make.
One more point, sorry, Jeremy, and then I promise I'll try and behave myself.
No, it's very important stuff.
But couldn't we also offer some of those people who are exiting the opportunity to get involved in supporting our SMEs and to gain the entrepreneurial skills they might need to go off and start new businesses? Actually, there is an opportunity to create new clusters. Silicon Valley has many aspects of its success, but one of those is a talent recirculation system that makes sure that you can cope with businesses that start, that fail, that expand, that contract. And could we not use this opportunity, this crisis, if you like, to do something really innovative and creative, particularly in parts of the UK that are not so well served already? I'll zip it for a minute.
No, that's an incredibly powerful, heartfelt plea, but not just heartfelt, I think with real substance behind it, because in the midst of such change, and I think what we are talking about is a degree of accelerated change, accelerated disruption in the context of all of this. I think those sorts of recognition of what the reality is, and then really positive suggestions about what we can do about it, I think incredibly important in this. Let me just take it back though, because I don't want to abandon this. I've leapt right into the heart of what I think we're actually facing at the moment, and I'd really like to hear your thoughts about this, Jürgen, because it seems to me that in some respects, whilst we've all been in lockdown and whilst there's been a sense of suspended animation, the true magnitude of what we're actually going to see in terms of the impact in the economy has not been recognised, and we've been able to, in a sense, almost put it off till tomorrow. But tomorrow is coming pretty fast, and the level of and the depth of this impact that we're going to feel, I don't think we can underestimate. And yet, at the same time, we obviously, it's very difficult to get a real handle on it at this point. I mean, what's your sense, Jürgen, of the conversation that's going on at senior levels within, the strategic thinkers in the industry at this point? How do we really make sure that we come out of this as strongly as we possibly can? I mean, obviously, the suggestions that Hayatun has just made are a really important part of that. But what are the other pieces of the picture?
Yeah. Well, absolutely. We are at a critical point, and I mean, let me start with the positive. And the positive is, and building on what Hayatun has been saying, is that there is an opportunity, and the opportunity is to use this moment to really define the sectors that we want to invest in, and we want to be the strong part of our economy in 10 years' time. And of course, those sectors ought to be the sectors which are particularly renewable, green, low carbon, electric vehicles just being one example, but it can also be electric and hybrid flying. So really defining those sectors that we want to excel as, and then transitioning our economy from the sectors which are going to sadly decline into those new ones. And as Hayatun rightly put it, that's going to take a massive shift, both technologically, but as importantly, and probably more importantly, in terms of the huge retraining effort. So it is possible. The issue is that as a country, we have not been brilliant at this. I mean, we completely messed this up from the second to the third industrial revolution. We let our second industrial revolution industries die, coal, for good reason, and in hindsight, for very good reason. But we did very little to prepare the nation for what to come, apart from, say, we're going to be a service nation. And of course, we know what happened is, lots of low-paid service jobs ended up in the northern regions, which is where we are today, which is not good enough. So, we really do, your word, Jeremy, was strategic thinking. And that's what we need right now. This is the time to think deeply strategically about what it is we want to invest in, and then really, really set ourselves up strategically to deliver it. And we can do it. But I would say the jury is out. And that's purely because we've not got a history of getting this particularly right. But my call is, let's get all the leaders from industry and politics together and make sure we don't waste this crisis, as you said.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, no one can expect a government that's having to deal with a national health crisis as its main focus to instantly then be able to come up with a plan. And I don't think you're suggesting that. But I suppose one of the things that's interesting.
Well, sorry, just to come back on that, I think you do need to be able to do both. I mean, France has been, much faster at coming out and supporting its green automotive industry. Those plans are already out there. They've announced today, actually, that they're going to carry on the equivalent of our furlough scheme for a period of another couple of years, but with a view to shifting people's skills from sector to other sector. So countries are able to do this. And so we're going to have to learn how to manage the here and now and how to focus into the future.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, not at all. I mean, I think that the thing that's really interesting about this is where's the push and where's the pull, if you like. So in a sense, we know that there's opportunity in a range of technologies. And when I look at this from a sort of a digital catapult perspective, we tend to be thinking about technology push. We're very interested in the opportunities that artificial intelligence, that the use of data and sensors and instrumentalizing factories can achieve. What are the outputs and the opportunities that those bring? How does 5G start to make the opportunities in factories to reconfigure production lines more easily really become a reality? How do you use things like augmented reality to do remote maintenance and that kind of thing? I'm just wondering, do you think that's where the pull is going to come from, or do you think that in a sense, because we're in such a challenging situation where the level of crisis facing employers is the economic challenge in supply chains is so extreme that actually it's going to be much more a question of existential questions for individual companies than whether or not to put an investment in one technology rather than another? Hayatun, maybe you might leap in.
Well, I mean, it's very difficult to talk about this at the level of the whole economy. This is a very complex situation, but I wholeheartedly agree with Jürgen. We don't have the luxury of saying you either deal with today's crisis or you worry about tomorrow. One of the key words that we're all using all over the place now, along with unprecedented, is the importance of resilience. But what does resilience mean? It means that you learn from today's crisis to ensure that you're better equipped to cope with future shocks that you can't yet foresee. And so I think there are some learnings that are already being built into companies. I mean, I think it's astonishing the way we've seen suppliers, innovators, regulators pivot on a pinhead to be able to respond to this huge imperative that COVID has created, whether that is about meeting a public health need, whether that's about survival, whether that's about the ability to cope with the new social distancing requirements. We have proved to ourselves, I think, that maybe we've almost lacked ambition about what is possible when the driver is strong enough.
Yes.
And so I don't want to sort of say, isn't that marvelous? This is all jolly good stuff. The reality is it's incredibly tough for people out there, but we cannot lose this opportunity to capture that insight into what is possible and then apply it to how we think about our individual organizations and how we work collaboratively and collectively. So I believe that is happening, and I think that the key thing is the stimulus that will have to continue to be provided in some form by government must give us the best chance of building out the good things. It can't just be a generic life support system. We have to say, as Jürgen has articulated, we have strategic priorities. We believe that, for example, our commitment to net zero is core to our future competitiveness. There's a win-win there, because yes, it has sustainability impacts, but it also helps with our economic survival. It helps with our resilience. So, we've done some work within the context of Made Smarter, looking at how can, incorporating sustainability objectives into Made Smarter help with the overall objectives of the programme. And you see that the opportunity for industrial digital technologies to improve operational efficiencies, to optimise supply chain management or logistics, to create new business models associated with the circular economy. Those are all the sorts of things that really hit the here and now and the longer term survival. And I think, you know, that we really do need to, as you said earlier, not waste this crisis.
Right. I mean, it is interesting, isn't it, that the years of regulatory barriers have fallen in days, not even weeks, in the midst of this crisis. And we've seen, you know, this massive shift in behavior that we're all currently experiencing right now because we're all able to communicate using this kind of video conferencing platform. It does signal a kind of cultural barrier that has fallen in terms of our willingness as individuals, as business people and consumers to behave differently and to keep going by adopting new technologies and new ways of working. Jürgen, when you look across that and you think, well, of what you see there, both in terms of the falling and the willingness to lessen regulatory hurdles, and at the same time the willingness of people to adopt more quickly than you ever think possible. I mean, I think it was the CEO of Microsoft who said, you know, we've seen digital transformation in 2 months that we would expect to see in 2 years. Where do you think that there are particular opportunities that are really the sort of right quick wins, low hanging fruit that we should be going for right away?
I mean, the answer is yes, and I am seeing some evidence, you know, not just, I mean, you know, everybody adopting Zoom and virtual meetings like this is, you know, is an obvious example. And actually, it's incredible, isn't it, how, you know, I mean, in my previous company, Siemens, we worked hard to introduce this and didn't do a bad job, but there were real barriers. And it's amazing how overnight those barriers just completely disappeared. And in the same way, I have seen some evidence in manufacturing environments where, you know, there has been the need for people to do things more remotely. I mean, the best example I probably saw was the ventilator challenge, which, as you know, was a challenge to build ventilators for the NHS in this crisis. And the team of people came together completely virtually, but not just, you know, in a chat like this, but they came together with a virtual design tool to redesign an existing product. They didn't create a brand new one, it was an existing product. They then created the new production line completely virtually, planned it collaboratively in a team. They then simulated how that product will be built before anybody got onto a shop floor, obviously with good social distancing, to actually start building the site. So, you know, it has created that sort of, and by the way, all of that was done, you know, within a few weeks. I mean, unbelievable. And if we can put that sort of a mindset to any new product that any manufacturer now puts into their manufacturing site, to, you know, do away with the paper and do it all virtually, model it, simulate it, plan it virtually. I think it'll be amazing what we see in terms of productivity, in terms of improved quality levels, in terms of time to market. So, you know, there are massive opportunities, and I just hope we keep that. We almost keep that crisis mindset as we continue to develop the fourth industrial revolution.
It is really interesting, isn't it, that some of the steps that people are needing to take now, simply in order to get back to work. So, you know, creating social distancing within factories and within production lines, but also increasing the degree of remote operation that they can engage in, so that you know, literally don't need to be physically in situ in order to manage things. Increasing the amount of remote maintenance that people are doing. These are all things that are really interesting indicators of future directions of travel as well, aren't they? So there is a kind of a segue that we could see here, where investment in some of those things in the short term now to address our current immediate problems. And obviously, you know, there is a problem with our understanding of social distancing and how long we're going to need to engage in it, which raises questions for investment, because we simply don't know whether we're investing for you know, a year or investing for 3 years. But for some of those sorts of areas, like remote maintenance or the remote operation, those are things that actually will stand companies in good stead if they put them in place anyway. And so that's, in a sense, gives us a sort of a pathway that we can see of areas that would straight away allow companies both to improve their current situation and also, provide a pathway into the future for future development. We've got a couple of questions that have come in, and I just wanted to pick up on them since we actually can have some experience of the audience that's out there with us. Sankadeep asked yes, sorry.
Just before you go into that, if I could just also add, I think that we sometimes underplay the incredible level of technological sophistication that is in many parts of our manufacturing base, and I think that there are opportunities to learn from, digital twins, from the sorts of remote management of supply chain that actually, in the context of healthcare and in the context of how we grapple with some of the immediate challenges from COVID, as well as thinking about what a more resilient healthcare system looks like, we could have some mutual learning, so better understanding on the enduring side of what the healthcare challenges are, but also better feedback loop of some of the very sophisticated things that are being done in UK industry right now, going back into how we look at the management of a healthcare system, how we develop new products. And so, I hope that feedback loop also does become stronger. We're certainly going to try and be part of that, the Academy.
Yes, so there's a need to really take learnings across sectors. I mean, obviously, there is this tendency of people to work in their own silos, and circumstances are maybe different and parameters may be different, but there's a lot. I think you're absolutely right. And I don't know, do we have processes that allow us to do that? Do we have the fora to do that? Is that something Made Smarter could take on, Jürgen, do you think?
Yeah, no, I think it's a very good idea. So yeah, good that we end up with actions here.
Okay, well, let's make a note of that one.
You're giving us homework now, Jeremy. I'm not sure I approve of that.
I don't know. It just happens. What can I say?
Yeah.
Sankadeep has asked us a question specifically about digitization of construction and the adoption of IoT, AI, and computer vision in the construction sector, which is a really interesting question, given that construction is sometimes regarded as less developed and less sophisticated than some other industrial sectors. But clearly, the use of technologies like particularly the Internet of Things is something that we've started to see coming into the construction sector. I don't know, do you have any thoughts about that, Jürgen, in terms of how far that could go and what the implications of that might look like?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not a construction expert, but I mean, the possibilities are huge. And of course it is happening. I mean, all buildings, are now built, obviously, with 3D modeling and, and pre-visioned and all those sorts of things. What I don't think is happening as much as that is then turning that truly into the sort of the digital twin. So having the digital twin, and then from that, you can continue to do all of the maintenance of the lifts, on the lighting systems, on the heating systems, and keep everything up to date. And there's huge opportunities within that. Another area which really does interest me a lot is where you actually start to cross the boundary between manufacturing and construction, because increasingly construction is actually happening off-site. And it's called off-site build, and it's happening quite a lot, especially in domestic, so in housing, in buildings we live in, where literally, you can build, you can design it. The person who's going to own the house can have all right, I want my bedroom here, my kitchen here, I want this sort of a kitchen, and then literally it gets built in a factory. And that is happening. I mean, again, Europe is leading the way on this, but there are, I think, 3 companies in the UK now doing this. And then through very good manufacturing process, you then deliver to site and you build very efficiently, very quickly, and a very sustainable sort of home. And so yeah, a lot of opportunity. And by the way, there is an initiative looking at this, which I think the Royal Academy is involved with. I'm not sure. It's called Digital Built Britain. Cambridge University are taking a lead on it, and so there is a lot of work, but I think the opportunity is vast.
Excellent. Now, obviously, there's an opportunity there for additive manufacturing as well, presumably.
Absolutely.
To create bespoke parts that don't need to be have pieces cut out of them, because they are built around their own joinings and their own connections. Really interesting. I'm going to take this there's 2 other questions that have come in, and they're sort of interestingly linked, I think. And I'd be interested to hear your thoughts about this. So Joe has asked what thoughts we've got about actually incorporating Industry 4.0 into engineering degrees. So really building it into the curriculum, which I think is a really interesting idea, and what form that might take. And then John has asked a question, which I think, in a sense, picking up on something that you mentioned earlier, Hayatun, around the opportunity for entrepreneurship and for startups to kind of engage in this sector. But he's asking the question whether that's something that can be taught or trained, or whether, I suppose the implication is perhaps that it's somehow it's inbuilt. Some people are more entrepreneurial than others, and that's just innate. So I mean, there's sort of, there's definitely a connection between those two questions. Hayatun, your thoughts?
Thank you. Well, yeah, again, really important issues. The Industry 4.0 content of engineering degrees is a topic that we're very interested in the Academy. We've been doing a kind of audit of what is the digital skills content in university degrees as currently taught across the UK. And the answer is it's very variable. So we haven't yet got to the state where we can publish that, but what we can see is that there isn't a very consistent picture. And what we also know, and have heard repeatedly from those who are responsible for teaching in universities, and the same is true, if not more so, in FE colleges, that many of the people who are delivering courses don't themselves have experience of Industry 4.0 in the workplace. And so it's hard for them to be teaching people who perhaps have higher levels of digital skills than they do. And one of the things that we do at the Academy, and many others also try to do, is to facilitate mobility between the real world Industry 4.0 environments that are now emerging and the teaching context. So we support people from industry to come in through visiting professorships to universities, so students have contact time with people who are out there working in industry. And similarly, we try and allow people who work in universities to go out and get first-hand experience. I think that's massively important. I know we're quite tight for time, so I'll keep my answers shortish. And then on entrepreneurship, I think, it's not that you want to convert someone who has no interest in entrepreneurship to being an entrepreneur, but there'll be a subset of people who have, for example, experienced life in a corporate, who actually have the appetite and the aptitude to go off and start their own companies. And all that kind of teaching can do is to make sure that they build their understanding of the various different dimensions of that. And we've been successfully running enterprise fellowships at the Academy for many years and have lots of great examples of people without a background in entrepreneurship going on to play a key role in founding and growing companies. And it's not always about being the CEO. It might be that you're the CTO or the CIO, but it's still a valuable contribution.
Excellent. Hayatun, thanks so much. It's really interesting, and the sense in which a kind of entrepreneurial spirit can exist in both in terms of a structured educational environment, but also in the context of startups, I think is key to this. We're very nearly out of time, guys. So first of all, just a message to you viewers. Hope you've been enjoying this conversation. And if you've got more questions to ask, we are going into a Q&A session at 11 o'clock. So do push those questions into Sligo, however you'd like to express them, and however elementary you may think those questions are. We'd be fascinated to see. And the simplest questions can sometimes produce the most complicated answers. 1 minute each of you before we close. Hayatun, where do we go from here? What are the real priorities coming out of COVID that we need as a country, and perhaps as from a message to the government in terms of what sorts of programs might it put in place to really kickstart the recovery?
Thank you. That's a really easy question to answer in 1 minute, Jeremy. I would actually like to just use the opportunity to say I haven't spoken explicitly about diversity. And whilst I've talked about inequality, I think that we really have to make a conscious decision as a country about the sort of industry we want to have and where we want the benefits of it to be felt. So we need to have this lens of diversity and inclusion, and that's at the level of geography as well as at the level of gender, ethnicity, socioeconomic background. So we need to keep that at the forefront of our minds. And I'm not going to attempt to answer the bigger question because I don't think I can in the time available. So sorry for copping out.
No, that's right. Well, I mean, apart from saying that that was you're a brilliant politician's answer by not answering the question. On the other hand, the importance of diversity and inclusion in this is so huge, and it's an enormous topic in its own right, as I think we're all increasingly aware. But thank you for introducing it at this point. Really important. Jürgen, a last thought from you. Where does Made Smarter go from here?
Well, it seems to me that we really are at an existential point in terms of the future of our industry, particularly, but indeed of our economy. And the crisis of COVID has just shone a light on that. The existential moment was there anyway, but the crisis has really shone a light on it. And that is to decide whether we're going to carry on, just sort of letting free markets take hold of what we want to be, bumble along, and the market will do whatever. And invariably, the outcome will be whatever. And it will be that we continue to have an economy which is not balanced, and particularly in the northern regions, there will be too many low-paid jobs. Or do we grab this moment and create a proper industrial strategy, one that we haven't done for at least 40 years, define the renewable green economy sectors that we want to invest in, create the transitioning schemes in terms of skilling existing workforces and future workforces, and create a future vibrant industrial revolution which will drive prosperity into the decades to come. That's the moment we're at, and obviously you know where I'd rather go. It's the latter.
Jürgen, Jürgen Meyer, Hayatun Silem, thank you both very much. Really inspiring thought to end on there, Jürgen. Thank you for that. And thank you, Hayatun, for your introducing a theme that perhaps we should have introduced earlier into our conversation, but nonetheless, of real importance there.
Let's come back to it in Q&A. I think we should come back to it in Q&A.
Q&A starts in 15 minutes at 11 o'clock, back here. See you then.
What a massive pleasure. What a fantastic conversation, and all very close to my heart. So my key takeaways with that is that we, by which I mean industry, needs to be able to respond rapidly to unexpected change. Digital transformation is only successful when it's accompanied with operational and cultural transformation. We need to look at more people-focused, more empowered ways of working. Continuous and accelerated change calls for continuous and always-on learning and skill development. We need to find new ways of collaborating across departments, levels, companies, sectors, and that's the road to a successful, sustainable future. Yeah, and I think I agree that now when the pressure is on, this is a unique moment in time when leaders can try and test and learn and improve more sustainable ways of doing things. And with that, I'm going to hand you over to the Q&A, which starts at 11 o'clock, and I look forward to seeing you again very soon. Welcome back to the Industry 4.0 and Sustainable Supply Chain stage here at CogX. I hope that you enjoyed the last session as much as I did. I am Kat Keeley. I am the CEO of Beep and the founder of Frontline.live, and I'm your MC for this stage for the next couple of days. In a second, I'll hand you over to Fred Lardiegue, who will lead the next conversation. And the panel will be talking about how can startups help corporates to survive and thrive during the coronavirus pandemic. So a massive pleasure to hand you over to Fred Lardiegue, partner at Muirhead Ventures.
Good afternoon and welcome everyone. I'm Fred Lardiegue. I'm going to be your moderator for this session. I'm a partner with Muirhead Ventures, a global venture capital platform with a presence in San Francisco, Abu Dhabi, and London. Muirhead is a global investment company backed by the government of Abu Dhabi, with investments in over 50 different countries. I'm responsible for our European Ventures Fund, a 400 million growth fund focused on Series B and above. We've backed companies such as Globo, the food delivery company, and Waymo, the autonomous driving company incubated by Alphabet. Right now at Muirhead Ventures, we are very excited about the future of the industry. We are currently looking for startups that can accelerate the digitalization of the industrial world. With the advent of cloud computing, artificial intelligence, and the Internet of Things, we believe that the way we produce and transport things will radically change over the next 10 years. So this leads us to today's panel, which is about how startup can accelerate the Industry 4.0 transformation, especially in a post-coronavirus world. I'm delighted to have the perfect panel to debate this topic with me today, since we have two startup CEOs and two investors who represent some large industrial groups. So I'm going to ask my panelists to introduce themselves. First, we have Malin.
Hi, and hi, Fred. My name is Malin Karlström. I'm based in Stockholm, and I work as a Senior Vice President for ABB Technology Ventures, looking at investments throughout Europe into companies that have strategic value to what ABB is today and what ABB is tomorrow. So we're looking at smart factories, smart automation, smart buildings, smart cities. And we invest from everything from seed stage up to Series B and C.
Very good. Then we have Theo.
Hello everyone, I'm Theo Saville, co-founder and CEO of CloudNC, and what we do is build fully autonomous factories for the production of precision components like this one, which goes on a fuel cell. So today, if I want to get this made, then I'll have to send it to a factory where a lot of very expert people will spend hours to weeks telling machines how to produce a part like this. We've developed software which can completely automate everything that happens in one of these factories end to end, and are now building these flexible autonomous factories that contain no human decision making.
Great, thank you very much. Then we have Daniel.
Hi everyone, nice to meet you. I'm Daniel Kirchleitner, the partner responsible for Europe from Next47, which is the Siemens-powered venture capital firm. We invest in everything which is relevant either to Siemens or Siemens customers, and solving pain point there. And automation is certainly one of the areas in robotics where we pay a lot of attention to, and we think with the current happenings we see in the market and around COVID, it will get even more relevant.
Thank you. And then finally we have Christian.
So hi, I'm Christian. I'm CEO and co-founder of a German startup called Wandelbots, and basically we have a technology that enables everyone, regardless of their technical background, cultural background, or education, to program industrial robots and manufacturing processes. So Today, programming robots, getting them to work, basically is a job done by experts and mainly done by manual programming. And even worse, every robot manufacturer provides its own proprietary technology to stack and programming languages. So what we have is a technology where you basically can show a robot a task by example, and the software is learning how the task works and is able to generate a solution which makes the robot solve that task fully autonomously, tremendously speeding up the development efforts for new application in robotics, and finally getting them up to a type of flexibility which is needed in today's manufacturing world.
We seem to have lost our host.
Lost Fred.
Right, what was our first question?
So sorry about this. My internet connection is a bit unstable. So I wanted to start the panel by addressing the topic of coronavirus, because that's what everybody's talking about right now. And if you read the news headlines, it feels like the manufacturing sector has been very, very severely impacted by the coronavirus. I was interested to hear Siemens' view on this, right? So Siemens is a very large organization that operates more than 300 factories globally. So Dan, what's your view on this? What's the impact, the actual impact of the coronavirus on manufacturing?
I think it's a good question. We have to consider different dimensions. I think one is we should always keep in mind what is the impact for the employees, and I think a certain dimension is certainly what does it mean for the factories and for the customers, and maybe the third one is what does it mean for young companies like we have in the panel discussion today. I think in general, for some sectors, for some industries, it has really been a dramatic impact with factory shutdowns, and for others not, because if you produce critical parts, you will always use them. It doesn't matter what is going on in the world, and that is what we have very much seen with Siemens factories, for example. So I think from this perspective, if you think about Germany, there haven't been massive layoffs, because maybe not all sectors have been impacted, and everybody knows that the production volume will get back. What we have seen from a venture perspective is that it is a good chance for young companies to sell their solutions now, to approach potential customers now, because some factory managers have had a bit more time than usual to think about the next step of modernization and innovation. So therefore, I would say there are some negative impacts, but if you believe that there is a future after this phase, then I think it's the right time to invest, build new products, build new technology, and work with reliable customers.
Mm-hmm. And Daniel, give us an idea of, out of the, hundreds of factories that Siemens has globally, how many have had total shutdowns, just to give us a sense of that?
Yeah, I think there wasn't really a shutdown, rather an adjustment in terms of the production volume. I think what we read in the news, for example, shutdown of factories, it's mainly happening in sectors like automotive. But if you talk to the usual automotive players, for example, again here in Germany, they might have a shutdown of a couple of weeks because consumers are rather reluctant to buy cars. But even in this sector, as I said before, they have used the time for sure to modernize the factories, and it was a good break to push forward some projects they had on the radar anyway. And these are projects not only with established players, also with a lot of young companies, what we have seen.
Mm-hmm. And Theo, what's your view on that, on this short-term impact of coronavirus? Right, Daniel is saying it's actually not that severe. What's your view on this?
I think it depends very much on where in the supply chain we're talking about. So the most visible part of manufacturing is the mega OEMs, the BAE Systems, the Volkswagens, the Fiats, and so on. And what we have to remember is that for each of these companies, they don't make everything themselves. A car actually contains 3,000 sub-assemblies, and those all come from different factories across Europe, further and further down the supply chain. So what we noticed, because we sit quite far down the supply chain, we make single metal components, was that these larger players either shut down their factories temporarily and froze production and stopped ordering, or they started running down their inventory and they also stopped ordering. So across the CNC machining subcontract industry, everything stopped for almost 2 months, and then it started returning again. And the problem that this industry now faces, which I think the lower tiers of manufacturing always faces in a major economic shock, is the large companies that make up the customer base. They're well geared to survive a crisis like this, whereas the suppliers, the tiny little workshops with 10 to 20 employees, of whom most of them are, they do not have cash, and they're very highly geared with debt, and they tend to be decimated during regular recessions. But this wasn't a regular recession. This was a complete ceasing of cash flow for several months. And so we've seen a number of our suppliers go out of business. We've seen a lot of talk shift from the survival of these large companies to now protecting their supply chains and protecting their strategic partners, which is quite interesting. So I'd expect to see a consolidation of this industry that persists for some time.
Okay. And so moving the focus towards the, so we've talked about the short-term impact of coronavirus, and it's different at depending on what level you look at. If we look forward to the midterm or the long-term impact of coronavirus, what do you think is going to change in manufacturing or in supply chain management? Who wants to have a go at this?
Christian, sure, I don't mind. Christian, sorry. After you.
So I believe was gone for a second.
Yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead, and then I will follow. So go ahead.
No, I believe that this situation, one could call it a black swan, but it really is not, because the probability of this happening has been there and will be there again. But then the effects of the coronavirus, that might be considered perhaps a black swan or a perfect storm or whatever you want. But I think that this impact is just highlights and heightens the already existing macro trends. So what do we invest in? What do we believe in going forward? It's the electrification, the automation, and the robotization of, if we talk about production, for instance. And I see that solving for distance, which is one critical factor in this situation, just heightens the need for such solutions, right? Like Cloud NC and Wandelbots, which are good examples of startups that address that issue. Like, for instance, if you take discrete and electronics manufacturing, you have, since line space is at a premium, you have these assembly workers sitting side by side, 0.6 meters apart. And now you have this requirement of 2 meters apart, right? To hinder further disease. And how do you solve that? Now robotics might be one solution to that. So I believe that we will see these macro trends just being exponentially larger as we move forward. And so the strong will become stronger and the weak will become weaker. And that we see also when it comes to, for instance, the attractiveness to many of these startups searching for venture capital. They're already strong companies with some momentum of some sort, doesn't have to lower valuations or terms. And then it's harder for more risk-prone businesses to attract external capital in these times.
Yes. So generally speaking, my point of view with respect to the challenges now in times of COVID is, so after the COVID lockdown, basically our organic inbound for us as a company exploded. So went up more than 500%. And there are two major things coming together, and I think this was mentioned already, is that automation in those times is something.
Just whilst we lost Christian, I'll give my answer. So one of the things that were already witnessing was reshoring. So from around 2014, the number of manufacturing jobs in, say, the US stopped going down and started going back up again. And in 2018 to 2019, that accelerated even more sharply. But this reshoring is to, the Western manufacturing economies is usually only possible when it's driven by automation to bring costs in line with what we see in the Far East. Now, what this has highlighted is the weakness of complex international supply chains, and everyone is talking about reshoring. Many of our customers are actually in the process of reshoring work from the Far East to the UK or Europe, and that is going to drive increased demand for automation, as Christian was referring to, because the only way to support that reshoring is indeed to build automated solutions that are more cost effective than human solutions.
Let's try to see if we have Christian back on. It doesn't look like we have. Daniel, what's your view on this?
Yeah, I think I'm always wondering what we are currently seeing. Is it really a significant change, or is it rather an acceleration of what we have already seen before this crisis? And I think a big portion of it is rather an acceleration of what we have seen before the crisis. So what have we seen before the crisis? I think there are some building blocks in terms of technology, which haven't really existed beforehand, enabling automation and robotization. So if we think about unlimited computing power in the factories, more or less allowing the separation of hardware and software, and therefore much faster and shorter innovation cycles. So, but I think the crisis has shown that that companies need to invest in these products and the technologies behind it, because you wanna make sure that you have a reliable supply chain, and maybe you don't want to rely anymore on this very distributed global supply chain. Rather, want to do some more production where your customer sits, including Europe. So that is what we are seeing, and therefore that's all the reason why I said at the beginning, I think it's a really good opportunity for young companies, because it makes people think what to do in order to solve some of the issues which have existed already before the crisis, but which have become much more prominent and much more impactful.
Okay. And so back to Christian. Christian, we lost you halfway through.
So yeah, there was an issue with the connection, but I think what I've still heard is that the issue of, or not issue, but the phenomenon on reshoring was already discussed. So this is basically what happened is that especially the large OEMs and also tier one suppliers, basically they have tried to get the supply chain back from especially Asian countries back to Europe, which led to a tremendous increase in demand for plastics, metal industry. However, they had to be very quickly adapt their production to changing demands, and then in order to do so and combine this with automation, of course, flexible automation technologies are needed. And then the big trend of trying to automate more, in a sense that you get less dependent on people in the shop floor, is the second trend we're currently seeing. And this is driving digitization of shop floors tremendously, because you can only manage automated devices in a flexible and scalable way if you have a proper degree of digitization. And I think there is still a lot of work to do in that sector in order to speak really of digitized shop floors.
Mm-hmm. So everybody seems to agree on the fact that we are moving into a world where there's going to be more automation, more digitization in factories. Pushing this to the extreme, do you think we are getting anywhere soon to a world where the factories are entirely 100%
I think the question was going to be
Yeah.
completely lights out factories. Just to give my answer on that,
Yeah.
I think that lights out factories are highly overrated as a concept. If we take Amazon logistics and warehousing as an example, the disruption didn't come from these warehouses becoming lights out. The disruption came when they became fully automated and flexible and scalable. So when we moved from human decision making and paper-based processes to effectively the use of human robots, because a human utilized at 95 to 100% effectiveness is very nearly as effective as a robot in these cases. So that is where the 90% of the gain is made, and then you can take it further. But when you introduce robotics, you often lose flexibility. So the real barrier that we've been facing as an industry to fully lights out factories is today it is possible to automate machinery to do the same thing over and over again. But as soon as you want to change what a machine is doing, you need people to get involved to tell the machines how to reconfigure. And you can't have a lights out factory unless you are willing to be completely inflexible in what you are making. And that does work when you're making millions of the same robot arm, for example, but it does not work for the 90% of manufacturing, which is high mix, low to medium volume.
And that is the trend which we are moving towards, right? So, I mean, the volumes that you are speaking about there is just increasing. And more so now when we're also talking about nearshoring, of course. And it's like, I believe when we talk about robotics, it's more about moving people than removing people. And the robots can take the dull, dirty, and dangerous jobs from us. So we don't have to do it anymore. And it's the same like with artificial intelligence, that it augments people. It doesn't really replace managers, but it helps managers to make better decisions. So I also see that maybe in one smaller segment of manufacturing, that might be that light out factories is the most optimal solution, but in the majority, no.
Yes, and I can confirm that there is a long way to go there. Of course, there are very special industries, especially those that are highly standardized, for example, like semiconductors. So there are, of course, factories in semiconductors that have 100% degree of automation, especially in the 200 millimeter front end production. But this is not true for the vast majority of all the other industries. So you should always keep in mind that in a today's car production, for example, 90% of the final assembly is done manually. And consequently, there is a long way to go. And what one should always consider is that those kinds of manufacturing flexibility we are talking about always involve some mechanical parts. So it's not simply that you can adjust a software part and then magically you can adjust your production to new types of work pieces. So it always involves mechanical work. So getting completely rid of people is not possible anytime soon. But what we will see is that more machines and the overall production processes will be handled on with digital methods, and thus can be managed also remotely. And so we will see an increase in the automation and flexibility of automation, but completely lights out factories for the standard industries will take a very long time.
Maybe we can talk about dusk factories. A new concept. Yeah.
Okay, and so now let's talk about the role of startups, right, in all of this. I'm interested to hear from ABB and Siemens, how can startups, work with very large groups like yourself? And do you think that, COVID is actually going to accelerate the cooperation with the big groups?
Malin, do you want to go first?
Yeah. So, I mean, if you take off from what we've just said, the need for and the speed with which technology and solutions are moving forward, it's just accelerating. Nothing will ever be as slow as it is today, again. For me, I view startups and collaborations as a way of de-risking. So I believe we put more than $1 billion per year into R&D but then it's 100% ABB money, right? And if we go into a syndicate and into a venture through investments, it's only a part of ABB money that is put into that company. So for me, venture capital is also a way of de-risking our own technological advancements. When it comes to how the bigger incumbents talk to and collaborate with startups, I still feel that the momentum is there. ABB has, in addition to this venture arm, also a collaboration unit called Synerleap, and we onboard companies, everything from seed stage up to actually publicly listed companies that want to collaborate with ABB. And the frequency on which we onboard and when we start collaborations is continuing in an undisturbed manner. So the need from the organization and the push to move things forward is still there. But also, since in these strange times, cash is king, so the need for a distinct ROI and perhaps a bit more solid solutions are perhaps a bit heightened from the incumbent side. So it's easier for a bit more mature companies to come in and make projects with ABB. So this is strange situation where the need, but then again, the risk awareness, they fight each other because the need is more apparent, but the cash is more dear. So one has to handle those types of those two demands from the mothership in order to make things work. And for our startups in our portfolio, it's actually, they have not seen so much impact from their on their demand side, actually, which is very nice. And all of them work with the bigger and larger corporations. So it's a good sign.
Yeah, that's good to hear. Daniel, what's your view on this?
Yeah, I think maybe at first a general view and then a more specific view to corporates and incumbents in particular. I think the general view I have is that if we believe for a second in this digitalization trend, Christian also mentioned, we can assume that the adoption of technology and innovation will happen or is happening much faster. And I think that is what we can see in factories, because if you have a more digital environment, it's much easier to deploy new solutions, new innovations. And I think that's certainly true, and that's very positive for every young company working in the environment of factories or producing industries in general. The second view I have is more coming from a venture perspective. I think incumbents, it's always related to a certain sales cycle, which is rather slow because you have a complex set of stakeholders, complex decision making, and the crisis won't change it. Maybe it's getting even a bit more complicated because there are budget cuts and so on. So therefore, I would recommend, as I always do, don't only rely on your enterprise sales. Keep all the mid-sized companies and small-sized companies in mind, which are customer groups for you as well.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's a good piece of advice. And another question that is somewhat related to this, especially in the Industry 4.0 space, a lot of startups have experienced the POC death, right? So as in, they've managed to sell a POC to a large corporate, but then after the POC, nothing happened. What advice would you have for startups to make sure that something happens after the POC? POC being a proof of concept, just to be very clear. Yeah, so the startup deploys things on a very small scale, but then it fails to get to a bigger scale within the corporate.
Like for us, if we speak about Synerleap, for instance, I mean, the entire reason for being for Synerleap is creating collaboration projects. And we have noticed that once you have reached one project within ABB, usually a POC, that on average takes 6 months. Then the second POC takes 6 weeks. So it goes to show that if you have some positive results to show, it's easier to get things going again in some other part of the organization. And we say that to these companies, that we give you a hunting license, but it's up to you to go and hunt within ABB. We can point you in the right direction, but you must also make sure that the momentum and the energy is there, right? So we're not going to put stuff in your lap. And with the POC, you must also find within the organization the right ambassadors. And you must understand how the organization is built and who is really the decision maker. Because you need the right people to sponsor further engagement from within the incumbent. And one of the, I mean, if you look at predictive maintenance, which is a huge macro trend, right, in the field of industrial AI, the first and foremost reason for implementing such solutions is the cost reduction. So knowing the hurt of the mothership, then you know what to address, and then you can show the results, right? So it does matter to the large corporation. So it boils down to really being a true entrepreneur and knowing which right contacts to have, right?
So maybe I can also share some learnings on our end here, because we successfully managed to step out of this what you called POC death or POC hell. Basically, is first learning we had is like in large corporates, it's very hard to have a successfully scaling POC when the introduction in the corporate is top down, and it's even more of a problem if it's bottom up. So having a bottom up first and top down second, and then a meet them in the middle. So you basically attract first really the users, the shop floor people, and then go via C-level helps a lot. And second of all is we switch from POC to POV, which stands for proof of value. And basically what we have changed is that with a customer, prior to stepping into any project, we first define real measurable benchmarks. So we ask the customers what is actually in for you, and then we paid good attention that it's neither from an innovation budget, nor is it some fancy like innovation room toy example. We were really putting focus on that it's really production work. And then if you have a benchmark, if you have a real production project, and then second of all, what you also do prior to the project is define the next steps. What happens if the project meets basically those benchmarks? So the customer must do a commitment in case you do a successful project. What are the next steps? And this brings in this kind of seriousness and commitment from the customer side to really not let it be some project which is over at some point in time, but really to have it as a first step inside a long cooperation.
Yeah, very good points. Daniel, what's the secret to avoid the POC hell at Siemens?
Yeah, I very much agree with Christian's view. I think which is applicable to every major or larger corporate. I think first of all, I mean, really select the potential customers you want to work with at the beginning, having your long-term vision in mind, and is it really necessary to work with a very large company at the beginning, or is it maybe better to work with a more agile mid-sized company at the beginning to build your product? I think the second point is after you have gotten the selection right, and it can be with a big corporate as well, figure out who is the person who really has the problem, who has the money to pay for it. And as Christian said, it's maybe not the right approach to go top down right away, or go bottom up, or go through the innovation department if there is a person in the company who really has the problem, the decision power and the money to pay for solving his or her problem. And I think the third point I want to share is you have to charge for your offering right at the beginning, because only if you charge for it, you will figure out if this is something a potential customer really needs, or if this is only something to please an innovation roadmap or an innovation project. And after 6 months, so after the first POC phase, it's over.
Mm-hmm. Theo, any view on the POC? Any learnings from the POC stage of life?
Yeah, so we have a somewhat different view from our experience. So when we started, our intention was originally to become a software as a service company and sell factories software that they could use to automate their equipment. But what we very quickly realized is within the lower tiers of the supply chain, these customers are so incredibly fragmented that there's too much variability to support everybody, and none of them have any money. So the market size was 500 million, but the market that they serve is 300 billion. And so we decided, instead of serving automation software to these tiny factories, let's just sidestep that entire industry, build our own factories and serve their market, which is hundreds of times larger, much easier to access, has a near instant sales cycle, requires no proof of concept phase. The way you get in with the customers, you sell them a component 1 week, then you sell them 10, then 10,000 the next year, and then you really start growing within their wallet share. So we looked at the industry, we looked at it from a software as a service perspective and said, you know what, this is going to be too difficult. And the interesting thing is, I think that set of problems persists across much of manufacturing. In our view, one of the reasons why so much of manufacturing is so technologically backwards is because it is so fragmented and there is so little money to spend on software. The fragmentation makes it very difficult to build software that can support all of the customers. It also means that they're not willing to pay very much money, which means the markets are unattractive to build really advanced automation software for, which means that nobody builds automation software for these businesses, which means they stay non-scalable, which means that the market stays non-attractive. So our view is that there's a systemic problem there, and that's the reason why we frequently hear the conversation of proof of concept hell for manufacturing technology startups.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Great, thank you very much all for sharing that. So we have about 8 or so minutes left. Given that you all spend all your days and nights in this Industry 4.0 sector, I would love to hear from each of you which innovation or which startup you get really excited about at the moment. So I'm going to start with Christian on this.
Yes, of course. So me speaking for especially automation and robotics, there are many different technologies that will now enter the space. So basically, the entire industry, even companies like ABB, sorry for saying so, is relying on technology that directly comes from the 80s. So what we are currently seeing is that more, I would even say modern, not bleeding edge technologies entering the space, right? So the technologies I'm most excited about for me as CEO of Wanderbots is basically pretty much related to edge cloud deployments and also related to 5G. What we are currently seeing is large corporates like Volkswagen or BMW shifting towards cloud-based deployments for a software point of view, either going with Microsoft or Amazon basically as the platforms. But then there are companies like Nokia that come into play and basically providing the network infrastructure to have those basically deployments on the edge. Which gives us as software companies in the manufacturing space, finally, they paved the way in order to have SaaS-based businesses and basically modern deployment technologies in the shop floor. So that's number one. And then, of course, technologies coming from the sector of artificial intelligence and also interactivity in terms of augmented reality, mixed reality, give us the possibility to basically deploy very modern and easy to use technology. So what's the mega trend in the entire industry is ease of use. That's no surprise, because especially nowadays, dealing with robots and dealing with the technology, handling the complexity is one of the toughest problems, and there are very few solutions out there in the market. And so what we are working on is really driving ease of use in terms of robots to an extreme and fostering on human-robot collaboration and especially artificial intelligence, and giving robots more capabilities of sensing their environment and generating solutions to problems autonomously, but also giving people feedback and letting them guide robots through new tasks basically will drive the mass adoption of robots, especially in the small and medium-sized sector.
Okay, great. Who wants to go next? Malin, do you want to go next?
Of course, plentiful interesting startups out there. Of course, we have a number of them in our own portfolio. I'm a big Yumi fan. That's the collaborative robot of ABB. And we have this company called MTech, which is really trying to put the Yumi into a context. And they're working through both software and hardware, which really, I mean, it's deep tech at its core, right? So I think that such solutions that brings the Yumi from coming into a box, being, as Christian said, hard to program, into a context where it really shows the benefits. That's really, I mean, I think we can really move the needle if we succeed in doing that. Another interesting one, I mean, we're talking a lot about artificial intelligence and its cloud and fog and edge applications, but also such more, how you say, hardware-related stuff, such as materials companies. And we have this graphene company in our portfolio, graphene, which is the holy grail of material, 200 times stronger than steel. So if we solve that riddle with the industrializing graphene applications without it agglomerating, we are looking also to a complete disruption of the industry. And then, I mean, everything that is related to robotics and safety, which is a core of ABB as well. Inspect is an interesting Italian company that works with sensor technology in order to make collaborations between humans and robots when you have larger robotics arms possible. So you don't have to have the poor robots locked in big cages. So, I mean, there are a number, just a massive ecosystem of interesting startups. It's hard to just pick one.
Great. Thank you for sharing that with us. Theo?
Sure. So the kinds of startups that I'm most excited about, and it invariably does seem to be startups delivering this kind of technology, is anybody working on what we call target-based manufacturing rather than expertise-based manufacturing. So that's the move from, I have something I want to make, I give it to people using better software in order to make that easier, which is, you know, regular manufacturing, to I have a target, software is going to decide how that is going to be produced. And the really interesting thing about that is that kind of software can be combined with the next generation of engineering software, being generative design, to create much stronger, create effectively full automation of the design and manufacturing process, where the design process and the manufacturing process are combined together to create optimal objects. We're not seeing very many of these startups yet. It's usually one or two per industry vertical. So I'm very excited about tempo automation in the PCB space. I'm very excited about bright machines, and I think I need to look into MTech as well in the robotic assembly space. We are working on this for precision manufacturing. So we see a future where manufacturing is not fragmented, but dominated by scaled autonomous manufacturers. And I think those are the companies which could come to dominate their spaces.
Okay, interesting. And last but not least, Daniel?
Yeah, I keep it short. I mean, there are a lot of areas I could talk about, but I mean, we look at the moment a lot for companies flexibilizing robotics because I think that's one of the key issues in the industry. So if you think about the installed base of robots, I think they could be much better used if you find a way to faster, simpler apply them to new problems. So maybe programming is one of the key issues there. And I think a second thing is to flexibilize robots is to add new skills, which could be about computer visioning, which could be about sensing. So this is some or one of the key points we are going after at the moment, and looking at companies solving this pain point.
Very good. And if I can just add, because us as Mubadala Ventures, we are spending time in the Industry 4.0 sector as well. We are looking at a number of companies that are doing the things that people have mentioned today. I think the only additional thing I would mention is people who create digital twins of factories, and then have got all the live data of the factory in a single location, whether it's on premise or in the cloud. And then we're excited by the potential applications that you can do on top of that. What kind of applications can you do by applying machine learning on top of this data, right? So that's the kind of things that we are currently looking at. Fantastic. We are coming to the end of our panel session. Thank you very much, Malin, Daniel, Christian, and Theo for contributing to this panel. You've shared some great insights from us, from the increase of reshoring that will drive more automation, that will drive more flexible automation. You've also highlighted the fact that it's a good opportunity for startups to engage with large groups. And you've shared some tips on how to avoid the POC hell. I really liked Christian's focus on POV, the proof of value. Demonstrate that you can generate value for your customer. So thank you very much for sharing these valuable insights. We're gonna wrap this up now, and thank you very much for the virtual audience.
Thank you so much. What a fantastic conversation. There's some really, really useful insights. I built the very first ever open innovation platform back in 2004 to connect large organizations to startups. And I've been helping large corporations to embed what we call the future ways of working, future wow, for a very long time. And Mike, to add to what they said, and also to kind of reiterate what they said, corporates are extremely complex. It's very, very easy to get pushed out by the corporate antibodies. So you really need to make sure that you understand where the pain points are. You need to make sure that their success and your success are absolutely aligned, or it'll never work. And make sure that you've got permission and passion from the very top, and that you create design with the people that I call change agents. But there are so many opportunities now if you get it right. So with that, I'm going to hand you over to the Q&A. Welcome back to the Industry 4.0 and Sustainable Supply Chain stage here at CogX. There have been some absolutely amazing, brilliant sessions today. And I think the next one's going to be even better still. So I'm Kat Keeley. I'm the CEO of Beep and founder of Frontline Live. And I'm your MC on this stage for the next couple of days. On a second, I will hand over to Kadeen James, who will lead the next conversation, which I'm really, really excited about. So over the last couple of months, I've convened 40 volunteers and built the very first ever decentralized national map of real-time PPE needs from the frontline healthcare workers. So I've learned a lot about the supply chain and how it can be improved. One of our partners is 3D Crowd, which is 8,000 people across the UK who have been 3D printing masks and getting them, about 30,000 of them every week, to the front line as soon as they are needed. It's such an amazing story. So this panel is about how do we build resilience into supply chains, especially now in the midst of the COVID pandemic. So massive pleasure to hand over to you to Kadeen James, who is the creative tech lead at Hobbs and the UK lead of Women in 3D Printing.
Hi, everyone. I'm delighted to be here. Thank you for that wonderful introduction, Kat. It's a huge honor to be here at CogX. Welcome to the Manufacturing a Better World stage here, and how additive manufacturing may be bringing about a revolution. I'm going to be moderating the conversation here at CogX, and I wanted to thank the brilliant team at London & Partners and the wider CogX team for making this happen, and for you and to you, the audience, for joining us today. What we're going to do is have a conversation with leaders from the additive manufacturing industry, and I'm going to invite them in to introduce themselves in a moment. You can follow us on social media, and I'd love for you all to take part in an activated conversation that's inclusive. So please do follow us and tweet comments and suggestions on social media. My name is Kadeen James, and I'm the creative technology lead at Hobbs 3D. We're a digital foundry and XR, VR, AR studios based in London at the Olympic Park. It's a huge honor to be here with many of the world's forward thinkers, artists, activists, and policymakers, especially during this time of a global health emergency and with racism, injustice, and the climate and ecological emergency making us all responsible for what comes next in the next 10 years. COVID-19 has been a test on society, of our governments, of communities, and of individuals. It's a time for solidarity and cooperation, respect for human rights across the spectrum, including digital rights, economical, social, cultural, civil, and political rights, all of which will be fundamental to the success of the public health response and the economic recovery to the pandemic. The impact of the coronavirus has been immediate and dreadful. The 3D printing industry and our digital manufacturing partners around the world have been working non-stop in the battle against this hideous virus. Rather than building walls and drawing up bridges, we have been collaborating across borders. The additive manufacturing community have been working on several fronts to respond to the global pandemic, from developing certified medical devices to help patients, to protective devices for healthcare workers, which includes getting PPE into ICU settings. And I've been involved in a number of those campaigns with both Hobbs and with the SHIELD Collaborative and the Doctors Association. Additive manufacturing is set to revolutionize the industrial production chain for the 21st century. And I wonder what the role of the AM industry might play with regards to sustainable solutions, sustainable materials that leave a lighter footprint on the planet, and how we can ensure that we use the technology for good. How can we make the industry more diverse and inclusive? And what will be the type of design skills that we will need for the industry and the COVID generation? Today, I'm joined by Katie Milne, who's the Chief Engineer at Drama, the Manufacturing Technology Centre, which is based in Sheffield. I've also got Josh Mook, who is the Innovation Executive from GE Additive. And we've also been joined by Anthony Graves, who's the Director of Product and Digital Manufacturing Software and Data at HP. Katie, I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself and tell us a bit about the work that you're doing at MTC.
Hello, thank you so much for having me. Just a slight correction, Kadeen. MTC is outside Coventry, and since Coventry is often a much underrepresented city within the UK, I just wanted to correct that.
Thank you, Katie, for my geography lesson.
Okay. One of our partner centres, the Advanced Manufacturing Research Centres outside Sheffield, and they help companies in their area, but across the UK in a similar way to MTC does. And we're part of something, both centres part of something called the High Value Manufacturing Catapult. So the High Value Manufacturing Catapult is a cluster of research centres in the UK, funded and supported by the UK government in our mission to help UK manufacturing. The MTC is one of the centres in that cluster outside Coventry, and we're also the home to the UK's National Centre for Additive Manufacturing. And I'm part of the team there leading a large supply chain programme called DRAMA, which is a £14 million supply chain programme supported by UK government, part of their Industrial Strategy Challenge Fund, funded by Innovate UK and part of the Aerospace Technology Institute programme. It's led by us, and we're working with a number of different technology providers, and the project's got two faces really. We're trying to give pragmatic advice to companies who are looking to adopt metal additive manufacturing. That's the scope. The National Centre looks at all additive, but I'm particularly interested in metal additive. So the adoption of metal additive manufacturing by aerospace companies, and trying to really generate a wave of adoption within the UK through that kind of simple pragmatic advice. That's on one hand. And then on the other hand, in the programme, we're looking at the digital thread and how digital tech can enable people going faster to market with additive manufacturing. We're working with Autodesk and ATS Global, Rennie Shaw, I'm missing somebody, and ANSYS Grantor on that activity. So that's me.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you so much, Katie. I now want to bring in Josh Mook, who's doing extraordinary things too. Josh, tell us about you and the work that you're up to.
Yeah, so my name is Josh Mook. Thanks for having me today. So I'm at GE Additive as the innovation leader there. And really what I focus on from a day-to-day is what are those next generation, equipment, modalities, what are the new designs that are going to be enabled by additive, and how do we help bring those into reality for not only ourselves, but for all of our customers and partners and collaborators. And so GE is sort of unique in that we're one of the biggest users of additive in our designs, and we'll talk about some of those as we go on. But that really pushes us to develop better equipment, better processes, better in future modalities that are going to allow additive to move beyond the laboratory. And really our goal, simply stated, is to make it commonplace in the manufacturing environment. And we believe that it offers some really unique advantages when it gets there.
Fantastic. Really looking forward to hearing more about the better equipment and better products that you're working on there at GE. I'm now going to bring in the brilliant Anthony Graves. Anthony, tell us about the work that you're doing, and where are you actually? Whereabouts in the States are you?
Just outside of Charlotte, North Carolina. Thank you so much. As a matter of fact, tomorrow is my 1-year anniversary with HP. 3D print and digital manufacturing. So
happy anniversary.
Thank you. It's really exciting. HP, it's a brand that most of us have grown up with, especially in the engineering community. And I've followed them mostly through their work with workstations and mobile workstations over the years. When they launched the 3D print division, I was really excited to see what they would do, what they would bring to the market. But what intrigued me, they reached out to me just over a year ago, and they talked to me about a a vision that they had around digital manufacturing. And shortly after I joined the company, after they convinced me that they had a really strong vision, and they identified some opportunities in additive that I think would complement the work of everyone else, certainly not only in this meeting, but everyone probably watching. And it was a month later, I was at an event for a rollout of a new series of printers from HP in Palo Alto at the headquarters. And one of our executives, Christoph Schell, mentioned to the media, he introduced himself, and he said, don't be surprised if the name 3D print and digital manufacturing changes to digital manufacturing over the next 12 to 18 months, because that's really our vision. It's not just about printing, it's about the whole ecosystem. So when you reached out about this talk about supply chain, I don't think today you can separate, you cannot separate additive manufacturing out from any conversation of supply chain. With COVID, it obviously exposed a lot of the limitations with existing technologies in the supply chain. And additive, if there was one bright story to come out of this whole experience, it's been how additive can be leveraged to complement and supplement supply chain in times like this. So I'm excited to be with all of you today and have this conversation.
Thank you so much, Anthony. It's great that you were able to join us, and the power of technology that's allowing us to have this global conversation, especially during this time of a global health emergency. I'm really interested in starting actually with Kate and hearing about the kind of new designs and innovations that are taking place within the MTC, and how we might be able to leverage that between the manufacturing communities here in the UK that haven't adopted rapid prototyping or additive manufacturing workflows. What can we do to support those individuals and businesses here in the UK?
So on the one hand, at MTC, we've been working with some of the aerospace primes and tier ones on their products. Their strategy, I mean, perhaps General Electric are better to talk about this, but this is my perception as someone not within the primes. Their strategies have been different. So the propulsion people and the people who are making systems components seem to be going for very high risk stuff, where there's this kind of combination of lightweighting, better performance, component consolidation, reduced volume. You know, it's just like tick, 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 tick. So they've been going for it. But on the other hand, we've got the structures companies, so people like Airbus and Boeing, who've started on a strategy I perceive of more component replacement. Because the things are bigger, the airframes are bigger, they're also often looking at different technologies. So propulsion systems have been very much focused on a process called powder bed fusion, which is where you have a bed of metal powder, and you melt a layer, then add a layer, then melt a layer, then add a layer. You can normally print things that are kind of shoebox up to 0.5 meter cube. But in structures, they're also looking at larger format systems where you've maybe got a robot head and blown powder and you're depositing it. So there's kind of different strategies. But what's really interesting is to see the rate of adoption beginning to pick up now. I think we're around about 30, 40, 50 components certified, but the investment that's being made in R&D in aerospace is hefty, or has been up until COVID, so we'll see how things pan out over the next few years. But they really see it as an enabler for lightweighting their platforms, but also getting new performance. And I think it's going to be really critical in terms of the adoption of new aviation products, by which I mean, at the moment, aviation is based upon fossil fuels, very old-fashioned structures. And we've got this big wave of startups and incomers, competitors to people like Boeing and Rolls-Royce, disruptive companies now looking at urban air mobility, vertical takeoff and landing, hydrogen fuel, biofuels, and how that all pans out, how the big companies begin to work with these small disruptive companies, and how additive can enable those new products in terms of, you know, more integrated cooling, lighter weight. That's really interesting, I think, to watch in the next 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you. I think the startup community are doing extraordinary things, and I think that's a really valid point. I want to bring Anthony in now. You spoke a bit about the vision for AM and your vision when you joined HP. Can you talk a bit about that vision and what that looks like, and particularly what your plans are in response to COVID and the technologies and that you're using, and how they're going to benefit the world?
That's a simple question. So the focus, I think, for HP, once HP said we're going to get into additive manufacturing and we're going to get into 3D printing, like a lot of other companies before them, and since you're in the UK, I'll tip my hat to Renishaw, one of the leaders in metal additive. They quickly realized that something that all of the other additive companies realized, and that as impressive as a lot of these processes and technologies are, there's no one technology that is going to fit the bill for every product that's created and every solution that needs to be invented. So you're part of a larger ecosystem, and as soon as you recognize you're part of a larger ecosystem, then you have to start to design with that concept in mind, and not just connectivity between devices and things like that, but looking at the broader picture. How do you connect other devices into your system and vice versa? And so we have a lot of strong partnerships. Katie mentioned earlier partnership with Autodesk. We also have a strong partnership with Autodesk. Matter of fact, I have a call with them in 2 hours. We also have a fantastic relationship with a company out of Belgium called Materialize, as well as Siemens, and others too, Link 3D, AMFG, 3Year Mind, and a bunch of other additive specific companies you may have heard of, AMFG being in the UK as well. And so it's how do we help drive the conversation using our experience as a major manufacturer with a huge supply chain, and how do we work together to solve a lot of these problems? And so HP is known for innovation and inventing. It's in our slogan. And so one of the things that we're trying to do is look outside. There's been a mentality, I think, for decades about, is it invented within the company instead of is it invented in partnership with other companies? And I think the future, and it's pretty obvious, that the solutions and the technologies that are going to advance are those that are worked on together. So for example, the 3MF consortium has a bunch of companies in additive and digital manufacturing at large that have come together to help develop a standard around a 3D printing file format. So HP, I would just say, has gotten more involved in a support role, and even in a leadership role in a lot of the organizations that are starting to define what Industry 4.0 really means, and what digital manufacturing should be. Digital manufacturing has been around for 30 years. As soon as we had computers and people started networking, I've been in the industry myself for a long time, and I run into folks that are retired now, and they get frustrated when they hear that digital manufacturing is a new concept. And folks from the old ERP days and the MES days and CAP days, and I get it. But there's a tremendous evolution brought about by the internet, and there's been a tremendous evolution brought about by additive manufacturing processes. So I don't want to say it's any one thing. We're obviously developing solutions. This fall we're going to have a launch of some new products around digital manufacturing. And if there's one word that I would say that HP is focused on right now, and that's universal, making sure that we're part of the whole ecosystem, and we're not creating walls around our technology that make it impossible for companies to work with all of us.
Yeah, that's really interesting. And particularly, I want to lead into the connectivity between devices and the work that Josh will be doing in that space, particularly how other technologies are working with additive manufacturing, including artificial intelligence, 5G, VR, AR, mixed realities, and HoloLens technologies. Josh, can you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, as was mentioned previously, the lines are blurring between manufacturing and design and the consumer in a really important way. And it's changing also the entitlements on how the equipment has to work and what it means to be in manufacturing. Manufacturing is no longer a dirty, you know, kind of the days of the past, if you think about it, right? That's where we like to refer to Industry 4.0 and even beyond that. And so today's workforce, also the workforce entering the manufacturing space, has different levels of assumptions on how things work, right? They've grown up with a different level of connectivity and access to information than ever before. And our equipment has to reflect that if we want to enable the type of productivity advancements that we want. And I would say, if you think about additive manufacturing specifically, it changes the entitlements on design so much, and it weaves itself into the fabric of how components are designed. You know, earlier we talked about things like new energy efficiency entitlements or new durability entitlements, or, you know, even what does manufacturing footprint look like in the future? You know, we believe it's very distributed and close to the source of consumption. In those type of environments, you cannot assume that you're going to have a dedicated, highly knowledgeable workforce in a certain area. And therefore, our equipment and our software and our processes have to evolve to enable that. And that's a big focus for us. If you think about our new factory equipment that's coming out, it's really around lights out manufacturing in a way that is modern, in a way that is attractive to the new generations, in a way that offers new cost entitlements for the companies that deploy it, so they can go after potentially products or advancements that they never could before. And so I don't think you're going to be able to distinguish those boundaries in the near future. All these technologies are really converging in a really impressive and dramatic way.
Absolutely. I want to also touch on your comments regarding Industry 4.0. What about Industry 5.0? What will be the skills and attributes needed by the next generation, and indeed the existing workforce, in order to navigate what is a very uncertain world? And I wondered what you're doing in and around that.
Yeah, so, you know, to touch on that a little bit, if you think about the next generation of workforce, what we have found, at least within GE, is that the students straight out of school are much better positioned to adopt additive than even some of the incumbent workforce that is maybe even more familiar with manufacturing. And that is akin to the Industry 5.0 revolution, right? We are centralizing information in a way that really allows that access across the board. In addition, when you think about things like robotics, if you think about, you know, Internet of Things, if you think about the machine connectivity, there's no generation better to leverage that technology than the ones just entering the workforce now, or the ones that will be entering the workforce in the future. I think the other thing that's really interesting that I want to highlight from a workforce perspective is we are breaking down barriers regarding what are the cost productivities that low-cost labor provides. Those are really starting to dissolve. And you can now think about distributed manufacturing in a way that is economical and is accessible regardless of location. So now you're starting to think, how do I make manufacturing local? How do I make consumption local to that manufacturing site? And that's a big push for us as we think about Industry 5.0 and incorporating it into new ways into our ecosystem.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think that the skills challenge that we face here is, especially in the UK, is a significant one, and I think that lots needs to be done between industry collaboration, working with academia, working with young people, and looking at ways that we can really build a bridge to address the digital skills gap. I now want to bring in Anthony to talk a little bit about data and ethics. You head up the kind of data side for HP, and also the AM and design process. I'm interested in what your thoughts are around data rights and data ownership, and what we might be able to do in order to kind of regulate that.
Wow, you know, there are a lot of companies that have just popped up over the last few years trying to address this question. It's an important question. Obviously, data privacy and privacy in general is a huge topic around the globe, no matter what industry you're talking about. When you get to, when you take it out, like Josh was saying, to the customization and personalization end of Industry 5.0, then that becomes a critical part of any discussion. The ownership, for example, of a design. Who owns that? When you customize a pair of shoes, when you customize anything, like it could be a phone case, and I always hold up my phone case as an example. Who owns that design? If you're generating that design in a tool online through some front-end e-commerce type solution, or you design it yourself and you upload it to a service, what are the terms of service around that IP? Because you're creating IP. It's no different than writing a song. You're creating a piece of art, and so potentially, or fashion, right? So it's really interesting. I would say one of the things that we're doing is working with a lot of these companies, because there are technologies that are emerging from companies like Leo Lane, and oftentimes that are designed to help protect the data and the ownership, to be able to identify who the owner of that data is, all the way through the manufacturing process, up to and including creating capabilities that can be deployed on 3D printers and other industrial equipment that respects that chain, that ledger, blockchain, if you will, and ownership. That's just one huge aspect I see moving into the future. Now, on the other hand, with a younger generation, and I've had conversations with folks at various universities about this question, about, do people even care about owning things like that? If it's music, they very much do. But if it's customized, in the case, coming up with your own textures, using technologies like generative design today. So I think it's a huge subject, and I don't think we've really begun to scratch the surface. It used to be DRM. It's evolving much more into IP, individualized, personalized IP, and how that's going to be respected in this new manufacturing supply chain, whether it's distributed or it's local or it's individual in someone's home copying someone else's design. So it's an interesting topic.
Yeah, I think it is, and I think we need kind of better policies and procedures and regulation, particularly around the kind of the big tech companies that are out there. But that's a whole other story that we can go into another time. Sure. I want to bring Katie in now. We obviously both do a lot of work around equality, diversity, and inclusion. We need to bring more girls and more women into the additive manufacturing space. And I'm going to ask that question to Josh and to Anthony. I want to hear about the good work that you guys are doing at HP and at GE. Kate, what do you think about this?
Well, crikey, that's a really big question. It's the United Kingdom's got about the lowest proportion, or one of the lowest proportions of female engineers in the world, and I'm not quite sure why. I somehow think it's a hangover from maybe war times, when we had loads of female engineers and then the men came back from war and we were boosted out of those jobs to make space for them, which is very understandable. But somehow that's very entrenched in UK culture that women shouldn't do engineering, whereas in other countries, you know, like Eastern Europe, South America, will be 30-40%. I think what's quite encouraging is that the proportion of women to me, and I have no stats on this, maybe you do, Kadeen, for in 3D printing seems higher than in other areas, for instance, mechanical engineering, which is where I've studied. And I think the reason that is because people can see two things. There've been studies which have shown that women really want to feel a direct impact, you know, in terms of the work they're doing. And some of the stuff in 3D printing, the impact's so direct. The PPE example for COVID, a good one, but also things like Open Bionics Hero Arm, you know, the 3D printed bionic arm. It's just incredible. And so I think that draws, it can draw women towards it. But also it's quite a creative space. So like girls, I don't know if it's indoctrination from when they're kids, but girls often have this thing, I want to do something creative. I actually think all engineering is creative, right? But additive is certainly an area where it feels more obviously creative. And so I think it's naturally a space for women. I think we've just got to work harder at bringing more people in and including the guys, because like they're amazing too, you know, and all my best teams have been
without the guys we're not going to bring about any change. And on that, I'm wondering what Josh and the team are doing at GE to kind of bring more female voices, more diversity, more inclusion into the additive manufacturing industry.
Yeah, absolutely. So a couple things maybe to kind of reference there. Number one, additive is still relatively new technology, right? There's not an incumbent workforce here that we have to go disrupt. I mean, I've got 10 years of experience in additive and I'm an old timer, right, in this space. And so think about that. First of all, there should be no barrier there. Number two, to really get the maximum advantage out of additive from a design perspective, you need diversity. You need diversity of thought. You need to across the board, because no longer are the days of understanding how to, you know, machine things and that sort of generational knowledge of that you would see from like a master machinist, for example. That doesn't matter anymore. So we really need diversity of thought. From a GE perspective, you know, a thing we really believe in is getting early on the education program. So if you've heard of our education program, you know, we distribute both polymer and metal printers globally to schools, primary all the way through secondary, as well as universities. And that's been a powerful impact, not only just the distributing the hardware itself, but also the curriculum, the setting up clubs, making sure the teachers are empowered. And I'll give you a great example. In Cincinnati, where I am now, there is a girls 3D printing club that's in a primary school. And the work that they're doing is absolutely amazing. I mean, I would argue that they're better at 3D CAD than some of my engineers are, and they're, you know, 7 to 10 years old. And so I think what we're going to see, if we continue to foster this in additive and we continue to really accept and push education, I think there's a great opportunity to have a diverse and equalized workforce.
Yeah, no, that's great. It's really important. And I think that we all need to work together to bring about those changes. I also wanted to touch a little bit with Anthony now on materials science. And obviously we have a climate and ecological emergency that's happening around the world. What can the additive manufacturing industry do in terms of materials science and ways that we might be able to leave a lighter footprint on the planet?
Sure. Well, one of the advantages of additive is the fact that you can eliminate waste, a lot of waste. Now, I know that in CNC machining, traditional subtractive manufacturing, which is the world that I originally came from way back, you take all of that scrap and then it gets sent off and processed and it's recycled. So there is a misconception about how much waste is generated through some of those traditional manufacturing processes. But additive really does allow you to, I believe, design in a much more green way, like what Josh was saying earlier about the design, because of the ability for additive to produce parts that could not be produced otherwise with traditional methods, whether it be CNC machining or fabrication. or taking traditional designs and lightweighting them, especially in aerospace and automotives where weight is critical. And you can only achieve that through additive processes to the extent that you can with additive. Inherent in much of those processes is just a process that doesn't have as much waste and it uses less energy. And I think in the creation of the materials as well, I know with the material companies and partners that we have, like Evonik and BASF, I know that a great amount of care goes into and thought goes into when they are designing these new materials. What is the reuse? How much can we reuse these materials? As a matter of fact, well, there's some exciting news coming out this fall. I don't know if I could talk about it, but
please do.
I know.
We want to know.
I'm like trying to think, oh my gosh, can I say? But let's just say that reuse is going to be key. I see a future where there are going to be materials where you're going to be able to get 100% reuse out of it. That's pretty incredible. Yeah. So one of the neat things about additive, if you want to call it neat, I do, is that the technology really is green almost by default. You have to use energy, obviously, everyone knows that. But I think that one of the happy outcomes of additive technology was the fact that there is a great deal of care spent on the use of energy, minimizing the use of energy, and the reuse of materials as well. Now, I will say this, other companies, HP certainly has some exciting materials. I brought a 3D printed part, I had it with me, and it shows some of the flexibility and color, flexibility of industrial thermoplastics. So we have a number of different nylons and some pretty cool materials that we have. But if you look at some of the other processes as well, with metals, I don't know, Josh would probably be able to give you a better answer than me, but I know of at least a couple companies that are doing 4, 5, 6, one company doing 10 or 12 different metals on their machine, which is pretty remarkable. And then on the other hand, you have some plastics processes that are showing some incredible results. So with textures, where you used to have to compromise or sacrifice between the cosmetic look of a part or feel of a part and the durability, the mechanical properties of a part, you don't have to make those sacrifices anymore with a lot of materials. So that's where we've certainly seen one of HP's markets being companies that are looking for that really fine detail, but with a really robust, durable part. So material science, if you were to look around, one of the stories I think that maybe outside of material science circles doesn't get a lot of airplay is material science. It's huge. I know in HP, one of our senior executives is a material scientist. That is their position. And I know that's true for a lot, if not all of the other additive companies. Material science is like right at the heart of what everyone is working on. And when you talk about digital manufacturing, one of the interesting things about additive is that there's a lot of not just product development, but process development. Because even though Josh says, he's been around 10 years and he's a veteran, and it's true, you've been around that long, you're a veteran in this industry. But what's exciting is that all these technologies are unleashing new potential with existing additive processes. And the only way to keep track of all of it is through this process development, where you're tracking all of the different variables of the materials. And that's where you have material science merged with data science, going back to one of your earlier questions. Mm-hmm. And that's one of the things. We have a data scientist who's over our data science project. Our group is called Software, Data, and Automation inside of digital manufacturing. And it's a huge part of what we do is take a look at the granularity of information and data that follows the additive manufacturing process, from sensor data to material data to test data. It's really exciting. And I just want to mention, we have an intern program like most companies. And in my particular group, in the data group, we have 2 students from MIT, female students. And I was surprised because manufacturing is traditionally a male industry because it was a lot of brute force and moving heavy metal around and, you know, turning wrenches and things like that. Additive manufacturing has flipped that on its head. I have not been, I haven't been to a facility where there aren't a tremendous number of women. And inside of HP, I don't know exactly what the numbers are, but in very important leadership roles, women hold the majority of the positions. And they're certainly, they're role models in the communities that they exist in, and HP participates in a lot of women in technology programs. So I think additive is enticing because, again, like Josh said, you know, manufacturing used to be thought of as a dirty industry, which it wasn't. Maybe 50, 100 years ago, certainly it was dirty, but additive is thought of as clean, so it's approachable. And I also think the creativity that women bring in to other industries that additives made possible, like fashion, that also is another reason you're seeing an influx of not only women who are engineers, but are also artistic and creative.
Yeah, and I agree. I think, you know, women throughout the history of time have proven that they can do just about anything that they set their minds to. I'm delighted to hear that.
Better than guys.
Good work there, and you know, really brilliant stuff that's happening at HP. I just want to kind of have some kind of last comments on the space race. Are we going to be living on other planets? Is 3D printing going to take us there? I'm going to ask that question to Josh, and then I want Katie to come to that point too. Josh.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. So, you know, if you think about the space race, I mean, additive is a mainstay in space already, specifically metal additive, but also polymer additive, right? You may be surprised the launch that NASA and SpaceX just did, how many parts were on that, in many different ways that were additive manufactured. You're seeing it in our aerospace as well. So, but to your point, if we're going to live somewhere else, whether it be in space or on another planet, to your provocative question, it makes so much more sense to ship a material that can be turned into anything than ship something, you know, in a very expensive and difficult way that is single use, single purpose. And so no doubt, if there's the manufacturing that's going to occur outside of this planet is going to be additive manufacturing. Absolutely.
Absolutely. I'm really interested in the work that Relatively Space has been doing. There's a brilliant materials scientist there, Eliana Fu, who's doing extraordinary things. Kate, I just want you to speak to that comment, particularly on what you're doing in the aerospace sector as a leading engineer and somebody that I'm really inspired by. Kate, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, I work more with aeroplanes, but it's like one of the disappointments of my life because I got into engineering because I love space. I even I'm a super geek. I went to space school twice when I was a kid, like band camp, but for space geeks. Anyway, but one of the things that just occurred to me, we're the European part of the European Space Agency's benchmarking centre for additive manufacturing. We do a lot of work with aerospace, Airbus Defence and Space, and other players in the space industry. And as Joshua said, it's an incredible enabling technology because of the lightweight potential, the material freedom that Anthony was talking about. But one of the things that just struck me was the link between we've got to get to space, we've got to potentially take our materials or mine our materials on the journey, and the situation we've just been in with COVID. Because what happened with COVID and suddenly having to manufacture more bits locally was that 3D printing provided a very short-term solution. You know, we can take some of the existing feedstock that we have around us and use it to get going. But that feedstock began to run out, and we then had that problem to face. Like, what are we going to print with? And it wasn't just printing; it was other manufacturing processes. But in terms of supply chain resilience, that really brought home to me that we need to start looking back. You know, they talk in the food sector about farm to fork. We need to look back to the mine and think about how can we make printers that can print with more stuff and print with more freedom, and taking different materials and how do we integrate the pre-processing of those materials and how will that enable us going into space?
For sure. It's a really valuable point. I'm conscious of time. I just want to remind that the audience out there, please contact us. We've got some of the best minds in additive manufacturing here with us. Please send in your questions. We really want to hear from you. I'm just going to go around now and just want closing remarks. And I'm going to start with Anthony. Anthony, additive manufacturing, last closing sentence. How's it going to change the world?
It has. It already has.
And for the future, what are your kind of predictions?
Well, I'll tell you what. It's. I think Katie hit the nail on the head, and also going back to what Josh said about being able to produce what you need with the materials around you locally through distributed manufacturing. That's where I think you're going to start seeing some of these ideas become refined.
Yeah.
And additive is the only technology that really makes it possible.
Yeah, for sure. Josh, final remarks?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. I think additive is going to become commonplace. I mean, we have a saying within GE, additive is here, whether you accept it or not. You're either going to become, a user, an expert at it, or you're going to become a victim to it. And I think we are at a turning point right now where companies and folks have to sort of decide to jump on the next wave or be left behind. And that's just the reality.
Absolutely. Katie, what are your closing thoughts on this? And then we're going to look to wrap up and invite everybody in for a Q&A session. Katie?
I think additive nowadays feels like it's got a lot of momentum. I think people thought maybe it wouldn't happen, that it was it was hype, but it's going to happen, I think. And as Josh said, you've either got to get on that bandwagon or potentially be left behind. But the community is very driven, very excited, and I'm just keen to see what happens in the next 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And Katie, is that a 3D printed horse I can see in the background?
Yeah, it is. Well, electron beam melting, so thank you from General Electric Arcam. It's beautiful.
I love it. I have myself scanned by the Veronica scanner, the Royal College, a number of years ago. I've sent this to every member of my family because they all need an extra version of me in their lives, which is debatable. But I'm honoured that we've been able to have this conversation. You're all extraordinary, doing really incredible things, and I'm just delighted that we were able to take part in this CogX conversation. I think the additive manufacturing is just going to continue to evolve. I'm really interested in how we're going to use the technology for good, how we're going to have an impact, particularly around the climate, particularly in response to future health pandemics and emergencies. And it's been a huge honour to be here with you all. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Industry 4.0 Sustainable Supply Chain stage here at CogX. I am Kat Keeley, CEO of Beep and founder of Frontline.live, and I am your MC for this stage for the next couple of days. There have been some absolutely brilliant sessions today. I hope that you have enjoyed them as much as I have. In a second, I'll hand over to Louis Samet, who will lead the next panel discussion, COVID-19 resiliency weaknesses in our supply chain. How are we going to recover after the massive disruption that's happened over the last couple of months? So I'm delighted to hand you over to Louis.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining our session today at COVID-19, pandemic proofing our supply chain. One of the things that COVID has shown us is that our supply chains are deeply fragile in times of turbulence. From food to transport, we rely on the power of people and resources to see goods and services travel far and wide. Post-COVID, we will need to find novel ways of strengthening our supply chains to make sure they don't break in times of turbulence. How this is done is up to the technologists and think tanks of the world. Is it through big data, good policy, and new tools? We're now going to talk about how we can pandemic-proof globalization. I'm your moderator today. My name is Louise Samet. I'm a partner at Blossom Capital, an early-stage VC fund leading Series A rounds across Europe. As our panelists today, we have Vishal Shatrap, co-founder and CEO of Prowler.io, Mark Buckle, head of innovation at Kuna & Nagel, James Baker, CEO at Graphene at Manchester, Melissa Gordon, Senior Vice President and General Manager, Marketplace and Platform at Tradeshift, Vivek Conchery, Managing Director at Space Blue Limited. Thank you so much for joining me for this discussion today. And how about we all introduce ourselves quickly? Vishal, do you want to go first?
Thanks, Louise. My name is Vishal Chatrat. I'm the co-founder and CEO at Prowler.io. We are a company that has an AI engine that helps make decisions for some of the world's largest supply chain organizations, allowing them to plan their supply chains to be more resilient and also recover better post-COVID.
Mark, do you want to go next?
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Mark Buckle. I'm the head of Logtech Innovation at Kuna & Nagel. We are a leading global provider of innovative and fully integrated supply chain solutions. My current role involves the management of a global innovation portfolio and the practical application of new technologies in the logistics and supply chain management context. My absolute passion is acting as that bridge between idea generation and business execution. Currently located in Switzerland, working at Kuna & Nagel's head office in Zurich. And I would just like to say it's a privilege to be on the CogX stage today and looking forward to the discussions ahead.
Thank you. And James?
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm from the University of Manchester, James Baker, the CEO of Graphene at Manchester. So graphene, first discovered by two scientists in Manchester by taking sticky tape and graphite. You can all try this at home. If you peel over many, many times, you can isolate a single atomic layer of carbon, or graphene. So what? It then has fantastic properties like stronger than steel, firmly electrically conductive, act as new membranes. But in the context of the discussion here today, new materials and manufacturing, I think, can play a key role in our future supply chain. By adding a small amount of graphene, you can start to either recycle, so environmental sustainability, through to actually creating new supply chain through advanced manufacturing, combining materials with manufacturing with, for example, Industry 4.0 or artificial intelligence. So really opportunity to really strengthen new types of supply chain coming out of the COVID situation.
Thank you. And Melissa?
Hi, My name is Melissa Gordon, and I'm a general manager here at TradeShift. And TradeShift is a leader in supply chain payments and marketplaces. We connect buyers and sellers and help them digitize transactions in their trade. So we connect people across the world, across 190 different countries, and offer solutions from procure to pay to supplier engagement and financial services. So there's about a few $100 billion of trade flowing through our network annually. And also what's pretty interesting in these times is we've been able to see kind of adjustments in global supply chains at an aggregate level. And, when one economy or macroeconomic hub is down, what shifts globally as well. So it's been a pretty interesting time for us.
Thank you. And Vivek?
Hi, I invented and developed a graphene-enhanced recycled rubber floor mat to address the global problem of waste tire. This is a product we made using waste car tire and graphene. This is a mass market product. One of the biggest challenge when we recycle any material is performance drop. Working in collaboration with Graphene at Manchester Geek, we solved this problem. Thanks to graphene, sustainability is no more about compromise. What I learned from James Baker early on is that working in collaboration with the right partners and speed of innovation, we can solve any problem. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for joining us today. So to start off, let's start with the current situation. What are the general COVID impacts that you're seeing across global supply chains?
Okay, so I think the first thing to say is that different industries are affected in different ways. But in general, I think you can describe the impacted areas categorized in the area of suppliers, operations and customers. So starting off with suppliers, first of all, what we're seeing is financial distress in some of the areas due to widespread order cancellations. There's also capacity reductions due to enhanced staff safety requirements because of COVID. And there's a challenge to do with capacity constraints from an inbound supply chain point of view, particularly from a transportation perspective. Operations, then plants are partially or fully closed, reducing the level of output. There's increased forecast difficulty because the demand is so uncertain. And one of the positive impacts is collaboration is even more necessary now than ever before. So within internal operations and with suppliers and partners to try and react to the shorter reaction times that are necessary. And from a consumer perspective, we've all seen the news, we've seen the media, whereby stockpiling is occurring. And this is leading to short-term demand increase for some products. And then on the other side, we have this demand reduction for non-critical products. So what this is doing is it's driving more focused discussions, I think, around the impact of COVID. So what can supply chains do? At the moment, there's discussions around regionalization, localization of supply chains, acceleration regarding digitalisation and automation. How do we use this as an opportunity to push the sustainability program that so many corporations have signed up to, and particularly that is so close to my heart, a greater focus on data and process integration across the enterprise using technologies like AI that combine both human and machine intelligence into real assisted decision making. And I think Vishal will go into more detail around the great work that Prowler are doing in this area.
Yeah, would you like to mention something on that?
Yeah, so I think, sorry, is that for me or is it for Melissa?
If you wanted to.
Yeah, sure. So I think one of the key points that Mark actually sort of brought up here was regionalization and localization. So that's a completely a new aspect of planning for the supply chains post-COVID. for which there is no data in the past, because not only are we dealing with the systematic short-term shocks against which we have to plan the supply chains and also hedge capacity on a week-on-week-on basis, but also as the decoupling of the global supply chain is happening away from China to build a resilient supply chain. The question becomes that how do we plan for that recovery scenario where new supply chains need to be created, which don't have such a strong reliance on China. So don't get me wrong, China is a fantastic place to basically manufacture, but what we have learned from COVID that we can't have over-reliance on one part of the world, because that has a strong knock-on effect against which it can be very hard to recover. So one of the work that we do at Prowler when we are trying to use our AI engine is helping executives and companies understand what is the most effective way to build a resilient supply chain that can be demonstrated to be reliable, because every single shareholder and every single government and voters going forward for the next 5 or 10 years will be demanding demonstrable resilience as a part of the strategy.
Thank you. And Melissa, what are you seeing at TradeShift?
Of course. So I'd say what's interesting has been we started seeing some very strong kind of macro trends back in February. And we've actually, when we aggregated a macro level, not for individual companies or customers on our platform, but from a macro and country perspective, we did some work with the World Economic Forum to be able to even look at the data a bit more, showing kind of week-on-week trade effect, really starting with China in February, and seeing that, we were seeing like 50+% transaction drops. And that was, mid-February in China, and that followed suit in, US, UK, Europe with, not as sharp, but like 25, and then continuing like, 15, 16% drops continually in April. So yeah, what we've seen is like this really big kind of shifting in order volume, invoice volume, and can see that, real effect on, that economic impact on a week-on-week perspective. So it really comes down to, how can diverse sourcing and digitization be the key to building those stronger, smarter supply chains and have a lasting recovery, and have not the, and really have the visibility and ability to, understand and have a company and businesses overall, have diverse access to goods. So from that standpoint, yeah, it's been, definitely a big effect globally. And, we saw it starting as early as mid-February with like massive drops in network activity, starting with China. So as countries have started to reopen, it's definitely, you can't kind of holistically support one country's entire growth, internal domestic activity. So cross-border trade's really a huge deal. And that's also going in flux as certain countries are opening and certain countries are slowly starting up again.
Very interesting. Thanks for sharing. Do you think that the objectives or focus areas of supply chains have changed because of COVID?
Okay, so from my perspective, there's one objective that continues to be core, and that is synchronizing supply and demand with the right flow of goods, information, and finance, regardless of the environment, will continue to be the core objective. But what we're starting to see now within the recovery are a better understanding of the new requirements. And I think what will be the key differentiator right now is understanding the new requirements, adapting to them, but also at the same time balancing performance and cost, along with the normal value levers of good supply chain management. So flexibility, sustainability that Vivek and James are focusing on. efficiency, resilience, the visibility. But the one final thing I suppose to point out in light of COVID is that supply chains must be driven by this need to introduce systematic ways of increasing the repeatability of the right decisions being made dynamically across the length and breadth of the supply chain. And what we're focusing on is very much data, tech, humans at the center of this, and how you convert the intelligence of the supply chain into machines through artificial intelligence.
Cool. Anyone else want to continue on this point? Yeah, go ahead.
So just to really add that, so one thing I'm certainly observing is I think in reaction to the fact that we were very arguably badly prepared, there is a sort of a talk around, in the future, how we might secure supply chains in the future. And again, if I just pick a fairly reactive example from the UK was the ventilator challenge. You can argue it's very positive in the way industry from aerospace to automotive to, in the UK, the Catapult organisation responded to the provision of ventilators. But also, if you look at the provision of PPE as another example, from people in their shed through to local manufacturing producing forms of PPE, I think people will start to look at the security of the supply chain. And my background from an aerospace defence background, there was some dialogue around sovereign capability going back in history, which was probably misused around local manufacture. But I think if I look at it more positively, I think people are looking at those supply chain routes. And if I look at innovation, how might we do things differently in a more integrated way to secure those supply chains in the future? And I think there's an opportunity there for building those supply chains. I think a key theme going forward, again, as a positive I've seen, is the opportunity for partnership and collaboration. And I think those who can collaborate across borders, internationally, locally, I think there will be an increased enhancement around that collaboration agenda going forward.
Cool. And how would you say that data and AI would contribute to pandemic-proofing supply chains?
I think that's a good question. I'd like to first speak about data, then AI, and then try to combine them together. So I think talking about the AI for pandemic proofing, thankfully, pandemics don't happen very regularly. And therefore, we don't have too much data about past pandemics. So obviously, any of the standard AI and machine learning tools that were past created, like deep neural nets, like linear regression, simply cannot be used because you fortunately don't have millions of data points to actually model the pandemic. However, even in the light of very little data, you couldn't stop using the systems because companies had to continue deploying their supply chains, like CUNY and Nagel and a couple of our other partners and customers. They had to, on a weekly basis or a daily basis or a monthly basis, had to hedge capacity, whether it was hedging capacity for trucks, ships, aeroplanes into which products had to be shipped. Now, within that sort of environment, how much capacity do you hedge? While we don't have data, we have institutional knowledge because people have been working in the supply chain for 10, 20, 30 years on those trading desks. At the same time, probably they have not seen the pandemic, but through their experience have built institutional knowledge, which we have found a way to embed and further improve our models so that we were able to improve the predictions that allowed us to make better decisions in the scenario of the pandemic as it was going. And for good or for bad, we had this dubious situation by which all our three main customers went live with our solutions in the December 2019 to January 2020 timeframe. So we barely launched the solution a few weeks, and then we had COVID. And we were able to end up and show and demonstrate that with the predictions that we had, we were able to hold up better in a COVID scenario against a system that would have held up in what I can best describe as normal scenarios. So that really showed us the power, as Mark was talking about, of combining human institutional knowledge with AI models, because ultimately these two things cannot be separated. So from COVID, we learned that existing tools and AI machine learning, basically methods that have been using in past that relied on lots and lots of data, are simply not applicable in difficult scenarios. And the next thing we learned was that the existing supply chains are very, very fragile. And that also showed up specifically from the fact that we had shortage of PPEs, which I won't go into. It's been over-reported in the press. But it also showed that companies that had built strategic reserves fared much better, like Switzerland, like the Nordics, like Germany. And the companies that had not built up strategic reserves fared much worse. Now, a key aspect as where AI plays a part is over the next 12 months, and I would argue even over the next 5 years, it'll become a critical part of every Fortune 500 CEO's job description to have a demonstrable recovery or resilience strategy for their supply chains as a part of the KPIs. Like in the last 5 years, every CEO had to show that they had an AI strategy. Over the next 5 years, every CEO will have to show they have a demonstrable, and I would add the word demonstrable, strategy for recovery and resilience for their supply chains. And that's where AI will play a key part, specifically the kind of AI that relies on very small amounts of data and also is able to react very quickly to a dynamically changing environment.
Cool. Anything to add on that point? No? Super. Yeah, Melissa?
Yeah, I guess I'd agree with that. I think the ability to quickly rethink and adjust is something that is necessary. I think, like we've been talking about, a shift to digital and a requirement for people to really look at creating smart and nimble supply chains is going to be a requirement for companies. And, I think it's exposed a lot of the inherent risks of inventory and single sourcing models, that have been more driven by cost control. So in that way, seeing that, kind of with its negative effects, cost positive, but really having when you focus at single sourcing models, a risk with stability there. So there's questions around this decentralization and thinking about bringing production home, and seeing a trend that effectively looking at does it make sense for certain countries moving parts of their supply chain production back home. And I think this all starts with this digitization that we're so involved in. And you can't do any of this unless you're actually working with digital information that can be analyzed, for that matter.
Yeah. So one of the things that has really been visible is how incredibly strong it can be when people and companies are really, really quick to adapt. So out of this awful situation of COVID, what are the positives or messages of hope for global supply chains?
I think there are many. That's the good thing. Answering this generally, then I would say the first thing is supply chain and logistics professionals. They've been on the front line of this response, and in general, that there's an appreciation that logistics and supply chain is keeping the wheels of the economy moving, and actually bringing it so into a stark light that the consequences actually in some cases saving lives with their actions. So that's an incredibly positive message for the industry in general, keeping the flow of medicine and essential items, delivering PPE and COVID-19 test kits to the front line, continuing to deliver food and vital supplies to supermarkets as demand for some products spikes and supply lines are challenging all at the same time. So that there are many stories of initiatives now that would have taken many months to implement in normal circumstances, but they're taking a matter of days. So we have one site that set up a new kitting operation for COVID-19 test kits in 5 days. That's an incredible feat. We transitioned 40,000 office-based colleagues to working from home over a weekend. So I think the pandemic has brought into sharp focus that mastery of supply chains and investment in supply chain management contributes to the success of company goals, especially in crisis situations. And this is now reflected in the frequency and I think the importance of supply chain management conversations that are currently taking place in the C-suite and in the boardrooms across the world. And actually, if I don't mind, one final point there is the environmental benefits. So our planet is taking a deep breath, and I think we all have to have an appreciation for that. Record falls in CO2 emissions, so it's a positive message at the moment. We just need to sustain that now to ensure that the recovery has sustainability at the very heart of it.
I mean, I was going to just build on what Mark's just said there, really. I mean, I talked about ventilators and the PPE supply. I think it's a really good opportunity or demonstration of collaboration. I mean, also, I'm actually on an advanced materials pandemic task force that's looking around how we might collaborate in the future across international boundaries around vaccines, around PPE, around antiviral surfaces, through to new sorts of sensors that might be developed. And in, gosh, less than 4 weeks, we've now got a steering group that's international. It's got a number of working groups, all people working in their own time. So no funding at the moment. And already we're actually seeing opportunities for collaboration across research, but also taking that research, instead of taking years to develop new vaccines or new sensors, how we might do that in weeks and months rather than traditionally what takes many years. And the final point, and Mark just introduced it, you know, this whole area of sustainability is becoming an increasing agenda. I've not driven to work for 10 weeks now, yet we've continued to do business. Last week, we actually signed up a partner who contacted on LinkedIn. We had a number of discussions. He signed up. We're going to launch a product by Christmas using a graphene enhanced product to make it lighter, stronger. You know, some companies out there still need to innovate to stay ahead. And I think it's actually put some real focus onto those companies who want to survive and want to continue, and how they will innovate to actually be stronger coming out of this COVID situation they perhaps were beforehand. So there are some positives, although there are some difficulties and there are some companies that are clearly challenged. We are, though, seeing those companies who want to innovate, seeing an opportunity here to step ahead and actually get ahead of the curve of some of the competition.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. So what are some of the opportunities that you're seeing, both from a short, mid, and long-term perspective?
So I think in the short term, what we are already seeing is an appreciation for understanding that how important is good decision-making for any planning and application of AI, and how with very low amounts of data, with good application of human reasoning, you can still build very good systems. And a good example of that is that in March, everybody in Europe had the same amount of data from basically COVID. Some governments and some companies chose to not react because there was not enough data. Whereas some companies and some governments said, hold on, in the absence of data, we still have human reasoning. How if we embed human reasoning and complement that with whatever data that we have and use that to make a decision or an action? Because from our perspective, AI is all about making decisions. And we've been able to show that and reflect that. And I think that sort of almost like takes the excuse from any organization, whether it be governmental or non-governmental, to outsource their brain to data and say that they couldn't do anything because there wasn't any data. And again, use it as a positive to force people to, apply human reason and be more responsible about, the future of our economy, and accordingly make decisions about sustainability, make decisions about robustness. We will, and we don't have any data on how to make our planet more sustainable, because for the past few hundred years, we've been burning more carbon. But we have reason. And we have to understand how to apply reason with the models to model in simulation a better world that we can build.
Thank you. Anyone wants to add something to that? James?
Just briefly, before maybe introduce Vivek, is for me, we spoke at the CogX platform yesterday about the opportunity for advanced manufacturing materials and digital manufacturing in the UK, what we call Industry 4.0. And for me, there's a real opportunity. Traditionally, new materials take many tens of years from the lab, from the universities, through to reaching products and applications. If we can do that in a much more concurrent partnership way, linking advanced materials with manufacturing, but also, in terms of advanced manufacturing tools, for me, we can start to reduce that lead time and start to look differently about how the supply chain is actually created. So things like additive manufacturing as one example, through to by adding graphene into something, you can start to transform the product. So adding into rubber, you can get a rubber that is both grippy and soft, but it's also very durable. So for me, there's a really exciting opportunity both in the short term for enhancement of supply chain and products, and in the future, creating completely new products that will disrupt the supply chain. So again, using the graphene example, adding graphene into a membrane means I can take dirty, salty, contaminated water through a simple device, through a graphene membrane to create drinking water. That could really disrupt the way we provide food across boundaries or how we have water supply. So really great opportunities for both short-term, medium, and the long-term by doing this much more integrated manufacturing materials and digital. I think there's some really exciting opportunities going forward.
Super exciting. So, how is the increased focus on sustainability impacting the way we produce both materials and goods?
I think a few years from now, we may forget the problem what we are facing today. So what I think is our long-term objective should be focusing on sustainability and circular economy. To get this right, there are four parties. One is the customer, then there's manufacturers, then there is government, and then there is innovation centers. As a customer, sustainability is no more a luxury for the few. It's affordable to all. So it's about the choices we make. As a manufacturer, to pandemic-proof our supply chain and to get the next 10 years right, we are focusing on local manufacturing for the local market. But as a company, we do have global ambitions. So for an example, in the future, we will make in the US using US-based tires for the US market. But also government have a role to play as well. As an example, tires should be included in the producer responsibility regulation, which means end of life of a product, manufacturer is responsible for recycling. And if we add more and more products into this category, then manufacturers will choose the right materials to start with instead of we dealing with a problem afterwards. In addition to the innovation centers also have a key role to play. Like, it is easy to say we need to make in the UK or make in the West, but it's not that simple. The system worked in Asia, in China or India or somewhere will not work in the UK because of the cost of production. So we need to have innovation centers and collaborations. In my case, Graphene at Manchester is helping me to manufacture the products in the UK at a very cost-effective ways. We are researching on this area at the minute, but it is about collaboration. Is the only way we can go forward and get things right. Thank you.
Thank you. And how do you think sourcing, production, and manufacturing is going to be changed?
If I could add one thing, one of the things from a logistics standpoint that we see and hear now as a discussion point is that shift or the evaluation of single sourcing. So that there were many supply chains that source certain products, whether that was finished products or whether that was product to feed into the production line from single suppliers. So I think at least the supply of products will be reviewed for sure to try and spread that risk and have that opportunity that if there's an outbreak of COVID in one part of the world, then either volume can be shifted to another supplier outside of the affected region or so on.
Yeah, I think I completely second Mark's comments there that the sourcing side will change quite dramatically because if you've been around from the 1990s, of that vintage, in those days when I started my career, it was completely unheard of to have a single source supply. So we used to have at least 3 or 4 suppliers of every sort of a product, and every year we balanced capacity just to keep, make sure all the suppliers were there in case of any sort of in those cases, not just a pandemic, but in case of any natural disasters and so on and so forth. Now, I think that sort of a learning over the past 20 years, at least I've noticed, has been forgotten to a large extent, and this is like a rude awakening. And the opportunity out there is, of course, that a lot of that manufacturing capacity that moved out of Europe in the past 20 years will start coming back. So we'll see a big shift in regionalization and nearshoring of sourcing, of production, of manufacturing. That, of course, will have environmental benefits, because if you have to move around stuff less, you send less CO2 up into the atmosphere.
I agree.
From my side, I think I called it sovereign supply chain is going to be increasingly important. So is environmental, but so is productivity and cost. So, we can have very good language about local supply chain and environmentally friendly, but if we can buy cheaper or effectively from international, how do we actually balance that, from a finance viewpoint? So again, for me, this whole productivity argument, going back to this dialogue around advanced manufacturing materials, we've got to try to find better, faster, cheaper ways of doing these local supply chain that is also environmental sustainable and also secures that security of supply. So I think it's really that different way of thinking around the collaborative nature of future supply chains is going to be increasingly important. But I think the COVID situation has brought that to a focus because of some of the disruption, because of some of the failures and some of the successes. But I think getting that right will be increasingly important in supply chains in the future.
I agree with what everyone's been saying here around collaborative natures of supply chains needing to be a central requirement in the future, and removing the single sourced models and having more of a decentralization of manufacturing capacity. So I do think that all of those things are going to drive big changes.
One further point from my perspective, Louise, I think production of either raw materials or finished product is one thing, but the focus on production and supply has to also go into cash flow, cash flow management of the entire value chain. So, okay, the days of hammering down suppliers on price if there is a second wave or a third wave, resilience of supply chain starts with looking after suppliers as well. So another booming focus area within supply chain is trade finance, and almost customers supporting suppliers with really smart trade finance solutions.
I think that's a really big point, and I think I can probably subscribe to that as a tiny company and as a startup, because I think as we support larger customers, all with respect to cash flow and with respect to kind of elements related to also the sustainability of our business, I think trade finance becomes a key aspect of that, taking into account all the kind of payments terms with the global supply chains and the risk associated with it.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think one aspect that we haven't touched on, which I think will also have a big impact, is when the manufacturing jobs for kind of near sourcing and all the production have to move back to Europe or near Europe, I would say, where we don't find the people, because obviously in Northern Europe specifically, we have aging societies, and we don't just have the demographic. Automation will help to a large extent, but obviously the question out there is that with automation, you still need factories. For those factories, you still need power. And Europe primarily produces its electricity from hydrocarbons, because obviously you can't go nuclear anymore because that's completely out of fashion. So the question is, what is the nearest we can build factories where we have energy sources? And I think one of the trends which we might be seeing, and I'm actually kind of betting that we'll be seeing, is that nearshoring will happen in the parts that are near Europe. Could be North Africa, could be the Gulf region, where you have young populations, plenty of energy, not just from hydrocarbons, but those countries are also investing massively in renewables, because there's plenty of sun along the entire belt of North Africa all the way to the Gulf. There's plenty of wind, so I'm seeing a lot of investment there. So big part of the regionalizations of supply chain will involve both the Gulf region and the North African countries.
Also, just to add to this, one thing UK need to stop is exporting pollution. And as example, UK ship 250,000 waste tires to India. Most of it are being burned there. So we need to find a solution here. And coronavirus is a wake-up call. But more than that, we are creating a lot of waste, and we are shipping a lot of waste to the developing countries that need to be dealt with immediately. That's what I think. Thanks.
Cool. That's a very good closing remark. So I think it's clear that we have an amazing opportunity in front of us to create sustainable, future-proof, collaborative supply chains using new technologies such as data and AI. Thank you so much for joining us today. We will continue the discussion in a Q&A session starting shortly, where you'll be able to add your own questions to be discussed. Thank you so much.
What a fantastic conversation. Thank you so much, Louise. Great panel. I really, really enjoyed it. I hope you do too. It gives me so much hope to hear the same words that keep coming up again and again as all over all of these panels as we look into building a fairer, more ethical, more sustainable future. Multi-sector, multidisciplinary, multi-country collaboration keeps coming up. This ecosystems, impact, community, partnership, equality, and of course the massive opportunities are there just waiting for us to grasp them. So with that, I'm going to hand you over to the Q&A session. Enjoy the Q&A, and I'll see you again tomorrow.